almost forgot about the most important part. There we are, lads. There we are now, aren't we? Man, my hair. My hair is everywhere. How's everyone doing today? I hope everyone's doing well. Disillusioned Dork stopped in earlier. Asmo, sorry to say I've decided to sit this one out. There's a ton of stuff. You know, like, no, you don't need to, if you don't want to show up, that's perfectly fine. You know, I never require anyone to, have to sit in and hang out with the stream. You know, if you guys want to be here, I want you guys here. If you guys don't want to be here, I don't want you guys here. I want you guys to have a great time, have a great day, and enjoy your time. If I don't provide any kind of plus in that, if I don't provide any kind of enjoyment in that, then don't come by. Like, I ask you guys only to come by if you want to. If you guys want to hang out, want to chat, and want to just be goofballs. Otherwise, do what maximizes your enjoyment of the day. Do what enhances your happiness in a given day. My fat ass will be here for any other time you feel more inclined to stop by, hang out, and talk. Any fucking day. But never feel obligated to come by my streams. If you feel obligated, then I'm doing something wrong. Otherwise, have a great day, man.
Don't let it bother you. Just enjoy your day.
Alrighty, ready. Yes, by the way, I am wearing a tank top, but that's because it's fucking hot today. Nico0906. How you doing? You're a new name. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Early stream, we got, slow kind of build up. I usually wait about 10 minutes before I, pick back up the MSQ or class quests or anything like that. Let anybody who wants to join in on the stream get a good 10-minute breathing room to join in. So, yosh, I am going to port over to where I need to go, though. Let's see here. There we go. Hey, Moon. What's up? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Ohio. Hi. How you doing? Oh, by the way, I did get all the ether currents for the Ruby Sea, so traveling in there is going to be very fast now, or faster now, thankfully. I still got to do the same for Ultherd and also, let me pull it up here, and the Fringes, and obviously any other locations we unlock in Stormblood. But yes. That has been resolved. I have completed all the necessary side activities in the Ruby Sea. That way we can fast fly around. But unfortunately, we're still grounded when it comes to actual Ultherd, or should I say, Yansha. Now, speaking of though, there is an unlock quest over here. Fly, my pretties. Fly, my pretties, you say. Is that an ether unlock by chance? It is. Then we'll grab it. Yes, I do try and do my best to grab all the ether unlocks as soon as I can, and then do those quests on off stream, because they tend to be side stuff that people don't necessarily want to watch. But I make sure to do all that stuff off stream. That way, it's maximize productivity. Oh, but I pimped out my UI just a little bit. I followed the necessary guides. Now I could switch between my classes. No biggie,
I've maxed it out. My talents are unequal.
Alright. Fukata. He going fishing. Gonna catch him some trout. Or very possibly catch Gosetsu going for a dip. I say unhand me, sir. Alright, smelly liquid, that's sus. since we're right here, I might as well do it. And we're waiting for people to sift in, so I assume this won't take more than 5 minutes to get. I will... Let me check something, by the way. I'm hoping that fan isn't audible. Okay, it is. Hold on, let me turn off my phone. Sorry, turn off my fan. To answer how I've been, I'm doing alright. Sorry for the slow reply. I was reading a reply to a comment I mean on another video. Let's just say I've agreed to disagree in it. Understandable. Hope you're doing good today. I'm doing alright for the most part. You know, it's Friday. It's Friday. Friday. You know, that shit. I'm doing alright, though. Let me turn this fan off, so... Or at least turn it down. A slow little breeze pusher. Yes. Yeah, other than the heat though, I'm doing fine. It's just really hot out today. That's like my only major issue. My only issue is the heat. So I'm gonna leave my headphones off for until we start off properly in the MSQ and stuff like that. Because it's gonna be it's hot today. It's gonna be 90 most of the week. Sorry, most of this next coming week as well. So it's gonna be blazing. Gonna be batting me alive. They want to kill me. Yanshin Tiger. Don't mind me, Mr. Tiger. By the way, I'd suggest doing the Moonfire Fair event. It won't take more than 15 minutes or so to get a mount. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. That is it starts today, doesn't it? That's right. Has it already started? I thought it wasn't till later. Because I remember the time zone being Pacific Standard Time for when it starts, and I'm pretty sure I'm ahead of that time zone significantly. But I can do that. The thing is that the event seems to last for like the next 10 plus days, so it's not like I need to do it right now. I will participate in it later. Plus, by the time I get this little side thing done, we'll get started with it. Get back on track with the MSQ. Oh, I didn't mean right now. Yeah, don't worry. I'll participate. I'll try it out. I was planning on doing that anyway. I've been keeping track of it. That's right. I gotta get back up, y'all. There we are. Just something to keep in mind before it ends. Oh, absolutely, yeah. But I got 10 days. Not like I'm in a rush.
I got plenty of time. Don't worry about it.
That's Makoto. Oh yeah, that's for the side quest though. Speaking of, if I were to get back on track for my main story quests. Alright. Yeah, I'm hoping we can finish the class story quest for Samurai today. Hopefully.
That would be nice. I would like to finish that.
I'm sure it'll end with a duel between me and Yugetsu, where I defeat him, but instead of killing him, I change his mind towards the end. Yeah, goody two-shoe shit. And don't get me wrong, it might end in tragedy. Quite possibly will, actually. Okay. Oh, ether current.
Yes.
Been meaning to look for these around here. Gimme, 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 mine. Gimme, gimme, mine, mine, gimme, gimme, mine, mine. Alright, let's zoom over here. Alright, so we're almost done with this side quests. So we'll wrap these up and then we'll get on the MSQ.
My health is being destroyed.
That's destination. Last bit of smelly liquid. Which invites so many goddamn jokes. But I'm not going to engage them. Why? Not because I'm too good for that. Because I'm not. Alright. Let's hop on up here. And we gotta deal with the arrows. I have a couple stray hairs that aren't in my ponytail. Yay. Alrighty, I'm gonna head off and log in game now. I'm trying to get the field notes for the 2-seater bike mount and need to concentrate on that hard. Good luck with your quest and MSQ. Alright, thank you, Moon. Thank you for stopping by, and good luck with that. Good luck with you. Good luck with the grind, madame. Good luck indeed. Alright, area number 2. Gotta free the bird. Once we do that, MSQ time. MSQ time incoming. Don't worry, folks. Don't worry. Fly, my pretties, fly! I released the birds from captivity. There they will now refill the ecosystem. There's been a documentary with Richard Attenborough. Thank you so much for your help. Okay. Boom. And finally we can turn in both of those, get their ether currents, and then get back on track with the MFQ. I would do all those that I can right now if I could, but patience is a virtue. Not one I regularly possess, but one I try to possess at least. Well, let me. Alright, turn those in. Just grab them right here.
I'm going the short distance.
You nearly died, but I didn't die. That's the point. I survived. Right, take it. Give me. Thank you. Alright, let's see. So, now for Yansha, we have 2 of the quest-related ether currents and 1 of the world currents. And I will do the rest of that off-stream for obvious reasons. Do not worry. I'm just happy we were able to unlock all of them for the Ruby Isles. That's what they're called, right? Eh. The Ruby Sea, sorry. It kind of both works, because there's several isles, and then there's the ocean part of it. So I suppose both are correct in their own right. It's still weird. It's very weird to me. Like, I hear an Endwalker, and I don't know if this is a joke or if it's true. We're supposed to be going to the moon in Endwalker, and to me, it's like, okay, that sounds like the last expansion. Like, once you go to the moon, where the fuck do you go from there? Like, you literally left the Earth. You left the planet. Like, the hell are you going now? I don't know, I guess we'll find out, but I'm really curious to see how the story flows to explain and justify going to the goddamn moon. Alright, right. So now, I'm gonna do the class story related quests first. Alright, so we're gonna go talk to Makoto. We're gonna handle that first, because I am interested in finishing up the samurai storyline. Very interested to do that. Alright, Makoto. Yeah, we go to the moon. I know, but I'm wondering where what is gonna happen in the story to explain why? The ruin serving as Yugetsu's hideout is near. I shall scout on ahead. Meanwhile, pray scour the area for insurgents and tend to them. I will do as you've commanded, Makoto. But where? Alright. Just because we're closer to the ones we leave behind. Hold on, let me turn this up. There you go. Done and dusted. I'm a master at killing caterpillars. Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you. It's zombie, right? If you hadn't come along, I don't know what I would have done. What am I doing out here? Oh, looking for flowers. I need some for my parents' graves. The ones my brother and I usually bring are yellow, because it was my mother's favorite color. You haven't seen any, have you? Don't believe I have, young child. Note to self, look for yellow flowers. You'll need to clear the MSQ to find out, though. I figured as much. Ether current. Oh, finding a couple here. Alright, Telly here. Oh, golden carnation. You sense a hostile presence. Of course, why would I not be fighting something? That's just preposterous. Carry her. Alright. Gotta turn in the old flower. That a dragoon? Yep, dragoon. Only yellow ones will do. Mother wouldn't have wanted anything else. Don't worry. I have a yellow flower. The image there kind of looks like a dandelion, though.
A dandelion.
Ah, you found some. Thank you so much, sir. That's twice you've saved me now. If you have some time to spare, maybe you could come with me? I'm sure Mother and Father would want to meet the man who showed me such kindness. We buried them on a cliff to the west of the village. There's a path through the terraces. I'll show you.
kind of awkward. But, alright. Okay, so... I guess we go through here? Rhino beetle. I would definitely not want to live somewhere where their beetles are the size of a rhino. Or at the very least the size of a pickup truck. That would be a tad creepy. Oh crap, I have to go all the way up there. Which means... How do I get up there? Hold on. Hey, Decision Dork. Dinner time? Oh wow, that was fast. I was expecting like much later. Oh, how you doing? Alright. Alright, that's where we just were. I need to go up there somewhere. I think we go through the village, but that's just a guess. You saw my first message? Yep, I responded to it. Towards the very beginning of the stream. Azami, I have arrived.
We're here. Just give me a moment to put down the flowers. I'll introduce you.
Stream just started, we're already getting emotional moments. It's great.
They love to meet travelers and hear tales of faraway places. Maybe you could tell them one about your homeland. Azami? Azami, are you there? Azami! What in the...
You should not be here. Get away from my sister.
Don't be so rude. He saved me from the monsters, brother. He even helped me pick flowers for Mother and Father.
Go back to the village now.
You're scaring me.
I said go! Stay inside and lock the door until I return. Don't think me ungrateful. My sister is the only family I have. If you saved her, then thank you. But it changes nothing. I asked you to leave, and now I'm asking you again. I'm not going to report you to the Imperials or anything stupid like that. But it's too dangerous for you to stay here, so please, I'm begging you, just leave us alone. Is that really what you want? She said your parents are buried here. So she told, did she? Yes, that's right. My mother and father believed in the rebellion. They left to fight our Lord Cayenne. For our Lord Cayenne. They came home in a cart driven by Imperial soldiers. The soldiers demanded that the families of the Ancients present themselves, or else they'd burn the whole village to the ground. So we did. What choice did we have? They beat us in the village square. With their hands, with sticks, with anything. They kicked us while we lay on the ground begging for mercy. They made us denounce my mother and father, call them fools, call them traitors. Say they deserve to die. I heard them laugh, but I dared not to look up. One leaned close and whispered in my ear what he'd do to my sister if they had to come back. They're gone, but they're never far. All it takes is the wrong word in the wrong ear and they'll return.
and then I'll have to dig another grave if I'm lucky. Whatever you came here to do, leave us out of it. If you want to fight the Imperials, go and fight them on your own. You can't help us. No one can. And this is all we've got, so please don't take it from us. Ah, shit. I mean, yeah, that would break anybody. Fuck. It does make you hate the Garleans ever more increasingly, though. And it's hard to hate them when you already do with some of the stuff that they've established in this, but damn, they do a very good job of it in the writing. Yugiri, you are come at a good time, Shroud. We but recently completed our inquiries. What of yours? I was not aware of these events. The boy, Issei, he told you all of this? Such disgraceful, despicable crimes. If I knew the men responsible, I would not hesitate to hunt them down and... Forgive me. That outburst was unbecoming. The more I learn of the Imperial's actions in my absence, the more difficult I find it to marshal my emotions. Could Lord Hien have foreseen this? That our people's spirits would be broken so? Though at first I scoffed at his pronouncement, it feels all too possible now that he might resolve to surrender himself. Despite everything we have seen and learned, I refuse to renounce this cause. We should return to the House of the Fierce and consult with our comrades. Perhaps together we might... Did you hear that? Quickly, we must find a place to hide. I should. Wait, in the building? Or... No, okay, right here in the corner. My bottle.
Imperials.
Yep. Sup, bitch?
Why are you milling about like a pack of slack-jawed mongrels? Form a line! Now! Finally. I come before you today to deliver an announcement of the highest import. So listen well. While on a charitable mission to Isari village, the acting viceroy and her personal guard came under attack from Confederate forces.
Fuck you.
This brazen, unconscionable act cannot and will not go unanswered. As loyal subjects of the Empire, who enjoy her safety and prosperity, You have a duty to defend her as well. There is no cause for alarm. We have no intention of sending ill-trained fodder to the front line.
Okay.
Those who are selected will be expected to perform rudimentary tasks. Cleaning and maintenance and so forth. You will serve only as long as you are needed. Afterwards, you'll be free to return to your homes.
Sounds conveniently charitable.
You first.
The Empire has no pressing need of cleaners. This is but a thinly veiled attempt to intimidate those who supported the Confederacy's actions, and isolate any whose loyalty they already suspect.
And lastly, you. That should suffice for now.
Don't worry. I will be back before you know it. Listen to the elders while I'm away, and do not play outside the village. Everything is going to be fine. I love you, all right? Remember that I love you.
We thank you for your cooperation. Rest assured that this will all be over very soon, once the Confederacy has been made to pay our own ruby tithe.
God damn it.
There's no telling what might happen to those people. We have to help them.
And we shall, but before all else, we must needs ascertain their destination. I doubt this is the first village the Garleans have visited, nor is it like to be the last. I will track these men. Will you help me?
I may not be a ninja.
Pray return to our
But I got
headquarters and tell
stealth.
the others what you saw here.
Hey, Double A.
Should we have need of reinforcements, I would know that
It's
they
going
are
alright.
ready.
How about you?
But I should be going with you. I came here to fight.
Soon enough, Lise. Soon enough. For now, we must proceed with caution.
Yeah, rush in headlong. You might end up getting those people killed.
I know that. I do. It's just... when I saw them rounding those people up... Look, if anything happens, anything at all, you'd better call for us. I mean it, Yugiri. Anything at all.
Got your first dose? Dose of what? Alright, let's keep going, Yugiri. Regardless of what the officer claimed, I fear they have crueler designs for these people. With me, Shroud, we must hurry. Indeed we must. Lead the way, madame. Whacking day. Right, where are we heading? The vaccine. Oh, okay. Given the circumstances, we must make every effort to refrain from needless violence. Here, it is a shinobi's tool for when a more discreet approach is required. Use it with these darts. They are coated with an alchemical reagent that induces a deep sleep. There are soldiers patrolling ahead,
Were circumstances different, we could engage them directly, but for the village's sake, we dare not risk it. We will use our blowguns to incapacitate them. Regardless of your familiarity with such weapons, you are a veteran warrior, and I'm sure it will come naturally to you. Nevertheless, practice is in order.
Hey, Calcio, what's up? Nah, not much. We're making our way through the Stormblood MSQ. Alright, so we're going up here.
There, the soldier on the hill below. Take aim and fire. If the dart finds its mark, he would fall within moments. Search your surrounding for the Imperial soldier. You may have the camera as well. You may move the camera as well, zoom in and out, or is it okay? Oh, that's cool. Oh, this is a cool minigame. The minigames that they put in this are fucking great. Well done, my friend. Now, give me your map. There is a vantage point from which you may observe and fire upon the other soldiers. Worry not, I shall be with you every step of the way, keeping watch for other patrols. We shall speak again on the other side of the river.
Indeed we shall, madame. Howdy ho! I love how we literally just tested it out on a random patrolling soldier. So it's like, this guy's good target practice. Brother Bear, nice work, thank you. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? You like mini games? You ought to play the Yakuza games. I've wondered about trying out the Yakuza games before, but it just never ended up coming to pass. I wonder if they're on PC. I know they're on PlayStation, but I don't know if they're available on PlayStation. Alright, so we took those motherfuckers out. Now, we could progress to that area. Yeah, while we're at it, we'll also hit up the samurai quest I'm required to do as well. Have I ever read Jekyll and Hyde? Yes, I have. I actually have a, not an original. And my family has called it an original before, but it's not. We got a classic collection for it. Alright. Yes, I have an original, old school book, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde and Other Stories by Robert Louis Stevenson, the original author. Franklin Mystery. It's a classic rendition of the Jekyll and Hyde story, along with a collection of other short stories, and I think a couple poems towards the end part of the book. But yes, I have read it numerous times. The original tale of Jekyll and Hyde. Classic piece of literature.
Apparently my great-grandmother was the one who got that book, and my grandmother kept it, so did my, mom, and my mom gave it to me. I think we're supposed to swim across. Oh, you're in Yansha? Yep. Oh, we made pretty good progress. I have no idea how far we're in the MSQ. We're probably not that far in, but that'd be my guess. Excellent work, Shroud. They appear to be none the wiser. The villagers are being held in the castrum to the south. Fluminus? Once it was the base of operations for the Guardian occupation until 10 or so years ago, when they relocated to Doma Castle. Now, the castrum serves as little more than a storage facility. I spy 2 sentries near the gate. As you have proven yourself to have impeccable aim, I would ask you to incapacitate them. This very hill should afford you a clear shot. Indeed. I'd say most people remember the monster part, but that's because it's the most fun or interesting part. Well, not interesting, but the most catching part is always the tale of the monster. But in the case of Jekyll and Hyde, I wouldn't agree with that. Generally, most people, when it comes to the Jekyll and Hyde story, do look at it as philosophy, if you even know it. So most people who have read or actually looked into the Jekyll and Hyde story know it's more of a philosophy about the duality of man, how we all have good and bad in us. And it's a pretty old school philosophy, to be honest. Excuse me. The 2 sentries slumber side by side. No others appear to be forthcoming. Good. Let them rest up. Alright, you giddy. Fine work, Shroud. You have a gift for the ways of the shinobi. The way is clear. Let us move closer and see what has become of the villagers. Indeedy, indeedy. Mitty Dexter, welcome. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How you doing? I guess there are more tales of morality. Jekyll isn't as finessed as some of his peers. Probably not, but it's definitely more iconic. It's all about sacrificing your reputability. You mean your reputation? I don't know if reputability is a word. Is it a word? Oh no, it is. Though it's spelled differently than you spelled it. Slightly. Yeah. Yeah, you missed an I. But that's fine. Yep, reputability, the state of having a good reputation. I would say that it's not really. I think that's a very surface level interpretation. I'd say if you actually, well, it's closer to the more philosophical, deeper one than most surface level ones. So it's kind of in between the surface level interpretation and the actual in depth one. At the end of the day, the internal story of Jekyll and Hyde is about that duality of man, and duality of man being, you know, mankind, obviously. You know, we all are capable of a great good. We're all capable of intellectual, calm, philosophical talk. But we're also just as capable of barbarism. We're just as capable of evil acts I don't really think it's a story about sacrificing reputability for reputability to give into pleasure. That's a part of it, don't get me wrong. That is the avenue of which the story is told. However, the deeper meaning of it all is really just that duality of man. Good, bad, and we're all capable of it. We're all barbaric. We're all barbaric and we're all good. And what separates us from our barbarism is a thin veil that can be broken rather easily. In the story, that it's broken via a potion. It's via an elixir. That's the avenue of which it's broken. But you could say that the elixir represents any number of things. The elixir could represent just the concept of temptation, or it could represent the concept of like a threat, like something threatens you. So if something threatens you and makes you fearful or scared, you turn to that more barbaric aspect to yourself. Throughout it, there's many different ways you can interpret or pick and poke at different parts of the story and kind of break it down. But the core of the philosophy of Jekyll and Hyde is that duality. Man is both capable of great evil and great good in equal measure, if not in more severe measure to our brutality. People should read more classics, in my opinion, in my honest opinion, and I agree. I wouldn't disagree with that. A lot of people don't, though, and nowadays more and more people are calling more and more classic writers racist and other things like that. So don't worry, I'm not going to go down that route, but I'm just saying, unfortunately, it's being these old classics bit of literature are being demonized. So sooner rather than later, it's going to become socially taboo to have read Jekyll and Hyde just to watch. But that's my negative perspective. Jekyll didn't do much good, though, did he? No. Jekyll was supposed to represent, like, the average man. Not necessarily great good. Like, the story isn't, like, the great concept of like, oh, this is how he is normally. He's how awesome of a man he is. No, he represented, like, the average man. Not particularly, like, angelic or perfect, but fairly normally flawed. Not particularly extra flawed or particularly extra good in any measure. But in many ways, that normalcy is good. That's considered the good. Being a good person is fitting into that mold of good, being good, behaving, acting as society expects you to. Hyde was murderous. He was a psychopath. He was pretty bad. But he also gave into carnal pleasures. He gave into the worst aspects of humanity and felt no qualms about it. And to what you touched on earlier, he did do it at sacrificing his reputability or reputation. But that's because to Hyde, it didn't matter. He was the ideal of barbarism. But in many ways, you could also say that Hyde represents freedom. In all its beauty and horror. He's completely free. He seems seemingly unstoppable. He's monstrous. He's savage. He's horrible. But he's also free in many ways. Like, he's not afraid of losing reputation. He's not afraid of being seen as a monster. He's not afraid of that. So he unleashes his barbarism in all its horror. Whereas whereas Jekyll is the calm. He's the meagered, normal man. He's the average, standard individual. Not particularly good, but not evil by any standards. So, again, that duality is always at the crux and core of the story. But I wouldn't say the crux of the story is, is really about reputation, as much as it is, again, about that inner spirit of mankind. We're all capable of good, we're all capable of evil. He's meant to be sinless of play. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. He represents the concept of the good, normal, acquiesced man to society. Whereas Hyde is barbaric, savage, unleashed. It's very Victorian, and yeah. The duality, I prefer something a bit more nuanced. I'm not sure what that's a response to. Hyde is an avenue for Jekyll. Hyde is an avenue for Jekyll to sin and not pay the consequences. I wouldn't really necessarily say that. Because at the end of the day, the consequences are inherent to what Hyde does, whether he's actually held to a standard or not. But I would not agree that Hyde represents a way for Jekyll to sin without consequences. The sins in of themselves are supposed to be their own consequence. It's a bit of black and white. I would say the whole thing is about black and white. It's a... the old idea, again, about the story, is that duality. That we're both aspects. We're not one or the other. We're not good or bad. So it's not a story that's black and white. It's a story about that nuance, but in that, like, deeper meaning. We're all capable of good and bad is what the story is telling. And Jekyll and Hyde is that perfect representation of the flip side of your nature. The proposition that it's a choice between either. That's not what I said, though. That's not what I said. Okay, I'll repeat myself again just to clarify, and I'll actually break down my points as much as I possibly can, so there's no confusion with what I'm saying, because I think you guys are not understanding me right now. It's about the duality of man. The duality being ever present, ever constant. It's ever existing, meaning we're both at the same time. We're not either good or bad. We are both good and we are bad. We can be both, and we are both interchangeably. We are sometimes good, we are oftentimes bad. And we struggle to find a balance within ourselves. I don't understand your take. That doesn't surprise me, AA. And, you know, there's only so much I can try and explain it to you, but I feel that there's a barrier to which you're capable of understanding what I'm saying. So, it's not an insult to your intelligence or anything, it's just based on my other conversations with you. I think you have a very narrow way of looking at things, so at the end of the day, I think there's only so much I can say, and no matter how much I do say, I don't think you're capable of understanding my perspective. Unfortunately. I wish you were, but I don't think you are. Again, it's not about intellect. I think you just have your narrow point of view, and it's hard for you to... Even if I explained it in 1,000,001 words, whether they're complex or simple, I think you're just not going to be able to understand my perspective. I see it more as that we are all bad, and being good is just a hold-up to your reputation. That is not what I see the story whatsoever. And I'd say that's a very elementary takeaway from the story. But you're allowed your take. Whereas other novels grasp the gray of morality more eloquently? Correct. There are definitely more eloquent ways to cover that gray part of morality, but at the same time, eloquence is something that lesser people can... By lesser, I mean lesser in number, not lesser in quality. But lesser people in quantity can understand. Like, the more nuanced you make something, the more you narrow the amount of people who can connect with it. I would say that the reason Jekyll and Hyde is so much more well-remembered than a lot of other classic tales about the same concept is because it's more consumable. It's more understandable to the average person who reads or observes the story. Whereas, for quite a few other people, if we look at a lot of other tales about the same concept, I can't think of an example off the top of my head to give you an idea of like just how unmemorable some of them can be just due to how nuanced they are. I would say generally... Jekyll and Hyde it's in its simplicity that its complexity and its nuance is actually more consumable to the average person, and it's why we remember Jekyll and Hyde, despite the fact that 99% of people who talk about the tale of Jekyll and Hyde have never read it. They've never actually looked it up. It's that consumable that we're still talking about it in droves, but most people who talk about it have never read it. Well, if you understand where I'm coming from, why are you asking for confirmation? I'm not really coming at it from a well, it is philosophy, it is. But at the same time, I'm coming at it from the legitimacy of what the story is being told at, the crux of where it's coming from. I don't really... the perspective that it's given in is not necessarily important, but at the same time, I do like the way the story is told. So yes, I would say the perspective that it's written from does help, because it gives kind of like that outside perspective as opposed to like a biased perspective, we could say, from whoever wrote the story. If that makes sense. I can word that differently if that came off weird. Sometimes the best are still those classics. I would say so. I would say a lot of the best are the classics, but at the same time, you got to remember that the reason we remember things like Frankenstein, Dracula, Jekyll and Hyde, a lot of these classic monster stories or stories about a form of monsters is because of how easily consumable they are. I mean, Dracula would not be remembered as well if the story was a lot more nuanced and a lot more hypothetical or a lot more metaphoric. People wouldn't remember Frankenstein as much if it wasn't as direct and jarring as a monster being crafted by man. You know, people wouldn't remember these stories as well as we do if it was overly nuanced. And there is such a thing as being overly so. Like, if it's too philosophical, it's too metaphoric, if it's too that stuff, people are not going to remember it. Because so few people will have actually had the energy and the, I guess, not, it's hard to put it any other way, the intellect level to really understand what the story is saying. The less people that are capable of consuming something, the less likely it'll survive. Because realistically, the things that survive in our culture are defined by what the majority of the culture can consume. Like, let's look at the music industry, for example. Rap, or pop music, technically speaking, is thriving, and it has been for many, many years now. Like, since really the late 80s, early 90s, pop is really, well, popped off, and it's still thriving to this day, because it's probably the most easily consumable and understandable music form. You know, it's simplistic. So, more people are able to consume it, and therefore, more people are going to vibe with it. Therefore, more people will want to get into it, so on and so forth, and will also maintain that genre forever. Likewise, we look at classic literature. The more simplistic, but at the same time intellectually written something is, you know, a balance between not insulting the reader's intelligence, but also understanding there's a level of nuance that's too much or too severe. Finding a balance to that is a really big important job for a writer. If you want something to last through the ages, you have to balance out that simplicity for mass consumption and those complex ideas to make that mass consumption lead to more longer lasting fanaticism from the average person. It's a juggling game, really. So what's the takeaway from the Jekyll and Hyde, One should try and control their evil thoughts and pleasures? Well, I say that you shouldn't have to have that as a takeaway from the story, but I'd say the takeaway is to understand that as much as we're capable of being good, decent people, we're just as capable of being evil, barbaric monsters. You know? And you have to understand that about everybody else. It's not really a story with a lesson, I wouldn't say. Well, it does have a lesson that you can derive for yourself. But I would say the overarching lesson or message it is leaving off with is that you, me, everyone around us, we're all capable of good and bad. And that the only thing to make us do bad things is a thinly veiled level of control. A thinly veiled level of society's expectations that keep us in check. And with the right elixir, or the right prompt, with the right pressure, that thinly veiled control can be broken. And we will go from being calm, collected, the everyman, average individual, to becoming savage, ravenous, barbaric monsters. All that's holding that beast on a leash is a very thin veil. That's basically the takeaway. Yes, now you're starting to think like me? No. Because I still don't agree with your perspective. They didn't notice their words or the topics. And yet, how many will not recognize Toccata Fugue in D minor? Most people.
It's similar to the story of FFXIV. Maybe? I don't know. I'd have to break that one down a little bit more to compare it to FF story. I would say FF story is actually fairly consumable. The only issue is people who want different personality types will just not cling to it. But I would say FF story as it's written is easily consumable. It's just stretched out too much early on, so a lot of people who desire that instant gratification, the people who have ADHD, and the people like Quinn, who have absolutely no patience, don't want to read anything and are super lazy, those people not going to get into it. And the thing is, there's nothing wrong with them not getting into it, right? I mean, they have their preferences. It's not my place to tell them their preferences are wrong. But I do think that if you know you're that kind of person, there are certain things you should avoid, and slow building stories that actually have a well-earned payoff, you probably should avoid those. Alright, let's get into this. I find it weird that AA is like, yes, now you're starting to think like me. Literally, I just repeated the thing I've said like 22 times. I just said it one more time, and now he's thinking like me. I literally have said that from the beginning of us talking about Jekyll and Hyde to the end of us Jekyll. I didn't change at any point along the way. I literally repeated myself and reworded it like several times. I don't understand that. Sir, the Ahn from the other villages are assembled for inspection. Very good. I will address them personally. Good, good. Attention! Shortly you all will be transported to the facility on the distant shore. Your duties, as you have been previously informed, will be rudimentary in nature. More specifically... Sorry man, it's been a long time. I was recalling the novella. My apologies for my bullshit. And you don't have... It's not bullshit, but it's... I wouldn't say what you expected was bullshit. You just had a very specific idea. And, I think because of that, there was just a disconnect of you misunderstanding me several times. As frustrating and annoying as that is, at the end of the day, that was unavoidable. I mean... It's very hard for us all to really, absorb each other's words correctly. Especially when you have such a specific idea in mind of, what you're thinking. And when someone says something that you're not sure is quite aligned with how your perspective is, it's hard to really, connect with it, even if they say it several times. So, it's okay. It's a matter of just hitting the nail home just enough till it's understood. Alright, where was I? Well, alright. You'll be tasked with the repair and maintenance of various arms and armaments, as well as Magitech devices. Magitech? But we're farmers. We don't know the first thing about Magitech. It'd take us months, if not years, to learn how to do that kind of work. The material in question was damaged when your kith and kin rose up in rebellion. Therefore, you bear responsibility for its repair. Yeah. If you cannot perform your duties, you will learn how. If you cannot learn how, then your villages may find themselves at the mercy of the Confederacy and other radical elements. Is that what you want? Deal with this rabble. I am needed at the castle. Well, better hope somebody's technologically inclined. This is no temporary measure. Those men and women will die in servitude. Once they are taken to the other facility, it will be too late. If we are to intervene, we must do so now, agreed? Then let us be about it. Alrighty. What's your favorite Shakespeare? I assume you mean play? Let's see. I performed several. I've been in Othello. I've been Much Ado About Nothing. Romeo and Juliet. Classic rendition.
I've been in The Merchant of Venice. So, I've been in several Shakespeare performances. Out of the ones I've been in, I'd say probably enjoyed... I was also in Macbeth, but rule number 1, never say Macbeth if you're in or... If you're a cast or crew member on a... You just refer to it as Shakespeare's Scottish play. But since I'm not in a performance right now, Macbeth, I've been in Macbeth. So... Out of the ones I've been in... Out of the ones I've been in, I'd have to say Much Ado About Nothing, but that's just because it was a lot of fun. Like, everybody in the cast and crew, everybody was super excited. It was the first time I played a lead role, so that one was the most fun. Plus, the story was actually Shakespeare's comedy, because simply on the aspect that nobody fucking died. The cursed play? Yep. Very cursed. Despite the urgency of the situation, we must still proceed with the utmost caution to ensure the safety of the villages. To wit, we must infiltrate the castrum without raising the alarm. I will deal with any soldiers near the entrance. Stand watch for others approaching from the north until you hear my signal. Yes, ma'am. Yes, Shakespeare's cursed play. The Scottish play. Thing is, as much as people may joke about the curse, I don't believe in a lot of ethereal, supernatural bullshit. But I believe in that curse. I believe in it. I've seen firsthand what saying Macbeth while performing or while preparing for the performance can lead to. I've seen accidents. Like, one of the kids in the play said Macbeth by mistake. And the next day... part of the set fell apart on top of somebody, one of the crew members, and the guy was in the hospital for like a month. He was not doing well. I remember how scary that was, and someone, I don't know who, snitched to the theater director. They said, hey, this kid said the thing, and the director, say what you will about her, but she acted quickly. She was like, I'm sorry. She told the parents of the kid and the kid himself, sorry, can't have you in this performance. You need to leave. You need to leave now. And he said up and down, like, I swear I'll never say it again. She went, nope, nope. Please, leave. Like, they take it very... The theater I performed at a lot took it very seriously. Like, they treated saying that while setting a performance for it the same as if somebody personally sabotaged a set, short of calling the police. The curse is no joke. It is really no fucking... It's real, I'm telling you. I don't believe in curses. I don't believe in anything really religious. I'm not a superstitious person whatsoever. Except for that curse. I believe that's real. I've seen firsthand the curse in motion. Never fucking say it. If you're on a cast and crew performing Macbeth, just say Shakespeare's Scottish play. Do not say Macbeth. Ever. Like, just don't say it. It is cursed for a goddamn reason. I would say outside, but yeah, Much Ado About Nothing is great. Merchant of Venice is great. I'd say my best in terms of the story being performed would probably have to be... probably Othello. I liked Othello a lot. Though you could say a lot of its beats weren't too dissimilar to a lot of other Shakespeareisms, I would say there's a lot about it that was really enjoyable about Othello. Some revenge aspects and pettiness of certain people, the conniving of certain characters. In the end, it kind of came down to a much more culminated, enjoyable story. So I'd say Othello's my favorite. Story-wise, favorite to perform was Much Ado About Nothing, though. Speak softly, lest the others hear us. What of the outside? Shh, stocky soldier, spindly soldier. That is good. We may proceed as planned. These ones shall not soon wake. However, the others are too close to the villages. Incapacitating them as I did these ones, is far too risky. Fortunately, a solution presents itself. I would have you disguise yourself as an Imperial soldier and convince them what a changing of the guard is in order. You have your pick of uniforms. They shall not protest. Is there a difference? I guess we'll go strapping. Romeo and Juliet is cliche. It was great. Well, the thing is, you got to understand, Romeo and Juliet created the cliche. So, a tornado? Jesus Christ, man. You have chosen one to your liking then? Excellent. If I were you, get to safety, man. Assuming it's going to get close enough to cause damage to your property. I shall hide these ones where none will find them. Our sleeping beauties have been laid to rest in their bunks. Oh, and while I was in the barracks, I happened upon these spare uniforms, in case the items in your possession are not to your liking. Why, thank you. Gonna have to get down to the basement. Alright, be safe, man. Hope you guys don't get hit by it directly. Bottomless burlap sack, bottomless burlap sack. This Kabuto and Keko should watch the Uwagi, Hakama, and Choka in your possession. You will need to give the soldiers guarding the villagers a proper imperial salute. Okay. Good thing we already learned that. Alright. I think I'm wearing all I have to. Alright, good. Is it time already? Not that I'm complaining, mind, but I thought the others would be gone longer. Bye-bye. Changing the guard, is it? About bloody time. Just looking at these on is making me depressed. Reminds me of when I was in their shoes, pissing myself in fear. I think I switched back to my normal clothes. Phew, it doesn't even come to near our town. Nice. Good. Just be safe, man. These ones shall sleep soundly along with the others. And with that, there are no more soldiers to trouble us. You can dispose of that accursed uniform, too. It's time to guide the villagers to freedom. Good thing I ditched the uniform. Fuck it. Alright, here we are.
Listen to me, all of you. We have dealt with the Imperials for now, but you must flee this place quickly.
Dealt with them? Oh no. You didn't kill them, did you?
Are you mad? There's no escaping the Empire. Running will only make it worse.
To stay is to die. You know this to be true. Even if you lack the will to fight, surely you have the will to live! Or has that, too, been beaten out of you? Is this what has become of Doma?
You were Lord Hien's retainer, trained to fight without fear and obey without question. Well, we're not. We're lost and afraid. We hate this, all of this, but we can't do a damn thing to change it. And trying will only make it worse. It's a pathetic existence, but it's all we got. And when people like you come here pretending it can be different, it doesn't help, all right?
Peace, boy. Peace. She came to help, and for that we should be grateful.
Elder, your face.
We all have scars. Some too many to bear. Too many battles. Too much lost. Our friends, our family, even our liege. We who survived are forced to bend the knee, to sell our souls and surrender our dignity. How are we to lift our heads when this shame weighs so heavily upon us? Your courage, your resolve, they are as salt in our wounds.
If they only knew what you would do for them, my lord. You have made your plight clear, and I shall impose my will no more. But know this, brothers and sisters of Doma. For all you have suffered, for all the horror and the ignominy, you are still here. You are still alive. My lord prays you value your life as highly as he does. As for me, I swear by all the Kami in creation that I will free you from this torment, no matter the cost.
If the Imperials come for me, I will tell them we were tricked by an Ori woman.
Tell them whatever you must to keep your loved ones safe.
Why would you... After everything?
Oh, ether current. Before I forget. Hey, Calcul, welcome back. Another day in China. Let's not go there. Not that I disagree with you. Let's not go there. What kind of food do you dig? Let's see. I like pizza. Quite a bit. But are you talking about like something more broad or specified?
Apologies, Shroud. I was lost in thought. Mayhap you have the right of it. Mayhap we are fools for urging them to rise once more. Yet I believe, I have to believe, that in their hearts of hearts, they still... Now is not the time. We must finish what we started. I have in my possession a powerful medicine that befuddles the mind and memories. We must administer it to the soldiers ere they wake. The medicine will leave the soldiers confused and unable to clearly recall the recent events. They will suspect that they fell asleep at their posts and be reluctant to discuss it with others. It is not more than a temporary measure, but we dare not kill them for the sake of the villagers. 10 to the last 2 I put to sleep. I shall see to the others. Gotcha. Right here, right here.
Also, are you hyped for reading the Marvel... Am I hyped for it? Not really. I don't... Thing is, I don't enjoy reading bad comics. Ace... I'm not gonna throw any shade here. Ace gets some kind of enjoyment out of it, I guess. Me, once you've read the first bad issue, you don't need to read 27 more to confirm it's bad. It's like, fine, read the first one, see if it's good. If it's bad, stop reading. And I wish I had done that from the get-go. I read so many of those High Republic comics, I want to smash my head through a wall. I didn't find it fun to keep reading them. And I did, hoping a part of it would be fun, but it ended up being a lot more frustration than it was worth. So, no, I'm not excited. I'm hoping the comic will be fucking good. Then I will be, but if not, I'll just do a one and done stream about it. I'd happily take your place if my mic weren't so shit. And get a better mic. And feel free. You're not taking my place for the first comic. I am happy to go through the first one. I'm not happy to do any more than that if it's bad, though. If it's bad, there's literally no point to keep reading more of them. I mean... I befuddle you to tell me why you should read more bad comics of the same issue once you've read the first one. Like, explain the logic in that. What, to continue to espouse how bad it is? Great, you did it with the first issue. Unless it's so bad it's good, then I could see you reading, like, 27 issues. But if it's just bad like the High Republic was, it's just bad. Like, it's painful to read it. It's not like The Room bad, where it's like, hey, I did not hit her, I did not.
Oh, hi, Mark. It's not like that kind of bad where it's fun. It's just bad. Me wants to keep me monies, but it's for the greater good. And don't get a better mic if it's not within your budget. Make sure to watch your dollar amount. I want to go home, snore. Ah, leave me alone, dog. You giddy.
Forgive me for making you search. It calms me, the sound. It helps me to remember the sway of the ocean when I close my eyes. Despite the many great and noble things I said, in truth I am not of Doma. I was born beneath the waves of the Ruby Sea.
Oh yeah, did we tell her about her parents yet?
To think that you were there, that you even spoke with my mother and father. They are in good health, then. The knowledge is of great comfort to me. That I might have the strength to protect my home from the Empire, I left to learn the secrets of the shinobi. Day and night we trained, ever striving to exceed our mental and physical limits. After a time, my skills were recognized, and I was dispatched to assist the Doman Liberation Front. It was then that I met Lord Kayan and his son, and their loyal samurai, Gosetsu. Good men all, brave and true, so clear their eyes, so pure their purpose. Any shinobi would have been proud to serve them, and Doma. But, in the end, I will always be of the sea. Every day, I pray for my home and for the people I left behind, that they might be spared the wages of war and live in peace, untouched by this madness. I confessed this to Lord Hien once. Do you know what he said to me? He said, "Good. We are better for the conviction of our allies, and draw inspiration from their example. What is weak alone may together grow stronger." Never did I lose faith in them. Even when all was lost and I led our people to Eorzea, I clung to the belief that our dream would one day be realized. But when I gazed into those eyes bereft of hope, when those broken men balked at liberty, the dream was shattered.
Yeah, and I can imagine. I've spoken to some friends who've been through some particularly rough times before in their lives, and it's I'd say one of the hardest. I can't relate to this specific situation, obviously, but I do know what it's like to look into a friend's eyes and see that, like, that hopelessness, that glaze over. Where if you even, they're just trying to bring the words to mind, to try and give them hope, to try and give them a sense that there's something to fight for, something to look forward to, something to reach for. But you look just right in their eyes and you see that though they may be physically listening to you, there's something bereft in their heart that's just so broken, so shattered. You could say the most eloquent, most poetic, most glorified speech of all time to try and rear their hope back. But once the heart is broken, once the soul has been ruptured so thoroughly, your words are as the wind. Your words are as falling rain. It's there, it's understood, it's absorbed, that it exists. But its meaning, what you're trying to convey, the heart you're trying to offer up, it's not truly perceived. It's not truly taken in. It's not truly indentured into their heart, because there's such an all-consuming void ever present there that your words just don't reach them. And I do know what that's like. I know how much that hurts your own heart to see. I have seen it, and it's really rough.
So I pray, and thus do I labor to see a new day dawn, regardless of my misgivings. When all is said and done, we can but carry on, together.
Gotta keep fighting.
An Imperial airship. It is bound for Domer Castle. Quickly, we must rejoin the others.
God damn. Hello. Alright, while we're at it, let's get to this. Let's get to this samurai stuff. There we are. Alright, Designation 2's been surveyed. Now Designation 3. You sense a hostile presence. No, really? You don't say. You call that a Madari? Nah, that ain't a Madari, motherfucker. This game does have very good music. Has quite a bit of tracks, actually. It's won several awards for just the sheer number of musical scores and tracks that it's produced. I definitely recommend you look up the Heavensward soundtrack. There is a lot of really good Heavensward music. Real quickly. The Hunt for Yugetsu. And while we're at it, grab the Seethaker. I've run into a lot of them so far. I haven't even been actively looking for them, and I've been finding ether currents. And is in the Guinness Book of World Records for the most original tracks in the game. Nice. Yeah, I didn't know that one specifically. Have I ever heard The Houses of Healing by Howard Shore? It's great. I don't believe I have. That one's not familiar to me. Alright, he's on his way to Kugane. He's on his way to Kugane. To pay your captain a visit. Kami Preserve, we must hurry back. I agreed. We've no time to waste, Shroud. Let us hurry back to Kugane. To Kugane! Away! That's in the soundtrack for Lord of the Rings. Oh, then I probably have heard it. I just don't remember. Well, I probably remember listening to it. I don't remember knowing it by name. To be fair to myself, I don't remember 99% of the names of the tracks from movies. Mainly because I don't look them up. Unless they're like really... Oh, shit. No! The Imperial March is one of the most famous names? Yeah, that's an example of one I do remember the name of. That and Duel of Fates. I know those ones definitely. Because those tracks were so iconic, I had to look them up. Forgive me. I was too weak. Sekizegumi. Yours now. You must finish. Well, well. For a moment I doubted my eyes, but it really is you, Kagetsu. I hadn't expected to see you in a Sekizegumi uniform, dear sister. Ooh, getting reveals here. Sister? And I was gonna get shit just being the pupil of Musasai. That stance. Yes, the very picture of Master himself. So you are Musasai's final pupil, and the samurai who felled Shiden. We meet at last. Yugetsu at your service. Like you, I trained under Musasai, and like you, I was made to walk his absurd path. We are practically brothers. It's a shame, then, that we stand on opposing sides. Hingashi has known peace for too long. Her leaders have grown soft, and they spend their days in decadence. Their existence is a blight, one that must be burned out with the fires of revolution. To kindle this fire, I bade Shiden assassinate the Tyro. But thanks to you and yours, the attempt ended in miserable failure. Till now, we have kept to the shadows, but that time is past. No few people share our vision, and by bringing them into the fold, we shall have the strength to face the Bakufu openly and defeat it. Removing your captain was the first step in this endeavor. With him gone, the good men and women of the Sekizegumi may choose with their hearts. If there are any souls who would join our cause, we welcome you with open arms. The offer stands for you too, Kagetsu, my brother pupil. Will you not create a new world with me? Create? You can create not with the edge of a blade. Nay, what you seek to do is destroy. Should the Bakufu fall, Hingashi would be plunged into another age of blood. Blood will flow, aye, but it will serve to nourish and strengthen a new nation, one that is free of the corruption that tainted the old. What we have now is not peace, but stagnance. Hingashi is become a morass of decay, and we samurai must be the tsunami that wash it clean to make way for true peace. A samurai fights to ward off chaos, not create it. Have you forgotten Master Musasai's teachings? Clearly my breath is wasted on you. But what of the others? Will you remain mindless slaves to the Bakufu? Or will you join me and bring about true change? Disappointing. I had hoped some of you would see sense. But if we must fight, then so be it. I have no desire to spill blood needlessly. Let us settle this away from the masses on the Isle of Beko, your people against mine. Though if I may make an observation, it seems you may want for blades, dear sister, now that your men are aware of our connection. Hear me, my comrades. As leader of the first squad, I have been chosen to carry on Captain Kongo's legacy. The battle against Yugetsu promises to be bloody, but come what may, we must prevail. The future of Hingashi rests upon us. Man, the samurai story is really engaging. It's kind of a classical samurai story in certain ways. I think that's why it's enjoyable. Is it's still got some of that air of like old school samurai stories, but also got some unique flair to it a little bit. And obviously it's in game form, so inherently it's gonna be a little bit different. But forgive me, Shroud, but it is all true. Yugetsu is my brother, my older brother, and Kagetsu is my birth name. Though I have long cast it aside. We were born into a samurai family in the capital of Bukyo. Bukyo? From a tender age, Yugetsu showed tremendous talent as a swordsman, and everyone knew him as a child prodigy. but to me he was always the kind and caring brother. I was proud of him, and I couldn't have been prouder when the legendary Musasai took him as a pupil. Then he took to the road for his training, and I never saw him again. 'Twas a different man who returned. Instead of easy smiles, he wore frowns. Instead of good-natured quipping, he engaged in heated tirades directed at the Bakufu and the great lords. There was so much anger, but more than that, there was despair. Despair for his country. Not long after, he parted ways with Master Musasai and began instructing me in the katana. As far as back then, I believe he harbored the dream of toppling the Bakufu, and so he instilled in me the skills to survive in a war-ravaged world. In time, I came into my own as a samurai. And then it happened. My brother assassinated high-ranking officers of the Bakufu, and our family was made to pay the price. Our line was ordered wiped from existence. My parents were summarily executed, and 'twas only by chance that I escaped their fate. Out in the streets and without a home, I journeyed to Kugane. I adopted the name Makoto, and knocked on the Sekisegume's doors, with but one purpose in mind: punishing Ugetsu. We may share the same blood, but I can never forgive him for our parents' blood on his hands. But for all my determination, I am no match for my brother, and while his cause grows in strength, mine only weakens. In our culture, people are defined first by their birth, and the revelation that I am kin to Ugetsu has shaken my men's faith in me. They may not accept my authority, even though the captain willed it. And with him gone, there is naught I may depend upon save mine own conviction, and you, Shroud. Even should it cost me my life, I swear to end my brother's ambition. I pray that you will stand with me through this trying time.
Ooh. Horace, what's up? Welcome. Final Fantasy, nice. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's pretty much all I do on the channel right now. Have you seen otherwise?
Shroud, my fears have come reality. Members of the Sekizegumi are deserting one after another. Finding out that I am Ugetsu's sister and you Musasai's pupil has shattered their faith in our cause. With so many gone, we haven't the strength to face the insurgents. We have to convince them to return somehow. There is no two ways about my connection to Ugetsu, but if we can dispel the stigma surrounding Master Musasai at least, they may yet have a change of heart. I require but a chance to speak my piece. Will you help me round up our disillusioned comrades? I will look after around the barracks in the north side of town, if you could focus your search on the south.
I thought you were a Warhammer guy. No. I've actually said several times that I quit Warhammer content. To be fair, though, I'm assuming you just missed that stuff. But yeah, I quit Warhammer a long time ago. Well, I say a long time ago, it was like last month. But no, I'm just a general gaming channel right now, although I would say with how much I play Final Fantasy, I'm pretty much a Final Fantasy channel. Why did you think I was a Warhammer guy, though, if I may ask? Welcome back to the channel. Hold on. Alright, hold on. Let's do this real quick. Just to dispel this notion. Alright, so right here. I'm done with Warhammer 40k content. It's 1 month old, 1.6k views. That is the last Warhammer video I did. Long done. I have not done a single Warhammer video since. I did StarCraft for a little bit. I finished up my StarCraft playthrough, which I started like a year ago. I did a couple snippets from my streams, some comedy skits. I talked about the Blizzard lead manager with Asmogan.
so on and so forth. Since then, I started StarCraft 2, StarCraft 1 remastered, but I'm not going to play that now, given stuff with Blizzard and everything. It's just weird playing their games, so I'm not even touching them. That being said, I've pretty much been playing Final Fantasy since then. Yeah, so Final Fantasy, 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 D&D, Final Fantasy, Final Fantasy, Final Fantasy, Final Fantasy, Final Fantasy, Final Fantasy, so on and so forth. I've pretty much solely done Final Fantasy content since then. I have not done a single Warhammer video in over a month. So, no, that is incorrect. In fact, I've privated all my old 40K content with GW's new policy. I don't intend to continue doing 40K content at any point. And some of my old guard community from when I did 40K content ask my opinion sometimes over on Discord, but otherwise I more or less have completely severed any and all connection to 40K. For me, it's more of a source of frustration than anything else. So, yeah, if you're looking for the 40K in a nutshell stuff, though, all that's gone as well. I only have some things left over from the 40K days. A couple streams talking about it. A couple of streams where I, like, 3D modeled stuff from it. Otherwise, all my old videos are gone. Yeah, and this is my last 40K related video. I'm done with Warhammer 40K content. No more. So, no, I am not a 40K guy at all. Wasn't a happy day I had to separate from 40K content. I will say that it was a very sad day because I still like I still love the universe. I still love the sci-fi, but the community is gone way down. Community's becoming super political lately, and it's a very heated community more than anything else. So yeah, unfortunately, 40K is not going to be my bread and butter ever again, I don't think. I still paint the minis. I still have the books if I ever want to read those again. But yeah. Me and 40K have severed completely. In terms of content creation, I should say. I've stopped buying the models as well because of some recent new policies GW has come out with that have really rubbed me the wrong way. But I still have my huge pile of shame anyway, so I have enough models to assemble and paint for the next couple years, so I'm probably fine in that regard. But yeah. No, I'm not a 40K guy anymore, though. Do you feel bad that Eowyn didn't get with Aragorn? In a way. I kind of liked... I liked her a lot. But, in the end of it, Aragorn felt love for Arwen. That's who he was in love with. That's who he wanted to be with. So, I see his rejection to Eowyn as just being honest. You know, he was not in love with her. He loved her as a person. She was a strong person he respected. But she was not a love of his. Hey, Kyle Jordan. What's up, man?
How you doing?
You had a crush on Eowyn? Me too. What? Where'd you get that? I didn't say that. I'm all sweaty. Yeah, but like is not like and slash like a lot does not mean love. Like I do like her character quite a bit. That's what I meant to say, I suppose. But I didn't love her. I didn't have a crush on her or anything like that. I liked her character. I did, like, out of the, between her and Arwen, I probably liked her more than Arwen in terms of, like, general vibe of who I would romantically be inclined to more would probably be Arwen, but yeah, no, I didn't have a crush on her or anything. They say you bested the lieutenant, but I'll be damned if they didn't use dirty tricks you learned from the craven Musasai. The captain calls. What's the insurgent's sister want now? Might as well see what sort of lame excuse she's got in store. Arwen was a stuck-up bitch? What? Nah, I don't know how you can walk away with that interpretation. If you ever get friend-zoned, have solace in the fact that Eowyn got friend-zoned. I don't know how someone else getting friend-zoned would make you feel better. Well, I could definitely see... I could see that if the person who friend-zoned you gets friend-zoned, that being like I could see that being kind of like cathartic, haha, now you know how it feels. But I could see that. But if someone completely unrelated to your own situation gets friend-zoned, I would just feel bad. I'd be like, great, we're all getting friend-zoned. I'd feel worse about it. Friend ones for everyone. You mean friend zones for everyone? No, thank you. What do you want, Ishin? I have naught to say to the likes of you. The captain desires a chance to explain, but I suppose it wouldn't hurt to hear her out. At least there's that. And Kogani Dori markets. Kogani Dori! You get a friend zone, you get a friend zone, everybody gets a friend zone! Well, thing is, I've been brother zoned before, okay? Several times. I've been brother zoned, which is way worse. Friend zoned? There is like a sliver of an olive branch of a chance. Cause friends, at least you're not locked into familial. Fucking, you get brother zoned? That's another way of saying there's no chance. Alright, so I've been brother zoned. That sucks. Let me tell you. I'd rather be shot. It's like, if you're gonna hurt me that personally, could you at least pull out a gun and just pull me out of my misery? Goddamn, being brother zoned is the worst. I'd rather be friend zoned. Look, it's not like I mistrust you and the captain. It's just I can't work up the will to fight anymore. She wants to talk, does she? Well, I doubt anything she says will change my mind, but I will go along with it for now. Alright, Sekize Gumi Berix. I've had to reject a girl that had a crush on me. I feel bad all these months later. The thing is, here's the thing, and this isn't like this isn't targeted at you, but it's just like at the concept. When it comes to the case of like that whole like romance thing, guys, we're always hyper focused on the girl we have a crush on, so we're like dense as a rock when it comes to everyone else around you. Help me, I've started chocobo racing, now I can't stop. Sorry, I don't know how to help you out of that. I started chocobo racing and I could stop, but that was me. I'm sure it's gonna be hard for you, Elfie. But yeah, when it comes to guys who are in love or have a crush on somebody, we completely ghost like everything around. Even if a girl is being super obvious about like if she likes us or not, because we have like, okay, I have a crush on this girl. Target acquired. Because we're in that mode, a girl could straight up come up and say everything short of, hey, I like you, let's go out. And we won't be able to tell, because we're fucking idiots. But in the case of if you know the girl has a crush on you and you reject them, here's what I'll say to every guy who may do that. Really ask yourself why. Why are you about to reject this girl? Now, if it's because there's no physical attraction, understandable. And it is. It's understandable. Physical attraction is a part of romance. You need that. But if it comes down to, oh, I have a crush on this other person, well, ask yourself... And it's not like about looks, it's not about personality, it's not about there's some kind of disconnect between the person asking you out or not, or has made it clear that they like you. Just really take a moment to reflect and think about it. The person I may have a crush on, I may really like, and there may be even a chance there. But, are you going... If you're going to ask the person you have a crush on out, ask them out. Alright, and be clear with the person, the girl or the lady who comes up to you and says, I like you, I'd like to go out. Be clear to them, like, hey, I have a crush on this other person. But if you're willing to wait and give some time to it, I need to really work out my feelings. I need to really reflect a little bit why I have a crush on this person, and why or why not I may not be interested in you. Maybe not phrase it like that. That might be bad phrasing. But you know what I mean. Like the sentiment of... Ask them for some time to think. And then really take some time, mull it over, ask yourself... Like, actually, like, weigh it out. Like, the person who just asked me out, could I have a long-lasting, fruitful, good relationship with them? That's cool, bro. I know. That's why I said, like, upon reflection of just thinking about it, good thing it's not a girl in front of me. I'm saying that right now, too, because that would have been really bad. But, don't say that. But, the essence of it. Like, in the best, softest way you can, say, like, hey, I need some time to think. I'm a bit conflicted. Say something like that. Something really basic. And then, really weigh it out. Like, the person who has shown that they're interested in me, could I formulate a relationship with them that could be long-lasting, that could be fruitful, that could really provide us both with a genuinely good and passionate relationship? And then also weigh that with the person you have a crush on. Why do you like that person over this person who just asked you out? Is it looks? Is it just looks? Is it just because there's something about them you find that you admire? But I really ask, what do you know about that person? What about them? What about a connection with them that you could formulate that would be better than the one with a girl who just asked you out? Really weigh it out. Treat it like a math problem. And after a little while of thinking about it, mulling it over, make a decision. But the thing is, you have to make a bold and certain decision. And you have to understand that you may regret the consequences. If it's, oh, I'm going to stick with the girl I have a crush on and I'm going to ask her out and I'm going to unfortunately have to reject this other girl because I don't feel anything at the moment for them, you have to be committed to that, understanding that rejection now has to be made. And you also have to accept that when you tell them, there may very well be tears. They may be heartbroken. But you need to be kind, you need to be direct, and you need to be honest. Because dishonesty with that kind of stuff leads to the worst stuff. Both men and women. Like, if you try and force something, if you try and force a relationship there, and you're hesitant about it to begin with, that's a bad idea. Just make the decision you find is best, and accept the consequences when it comes to you. So if you go after the girl you have a crush on, and she rejects you, or you guys do get in a relationship, but she ends up being a cold, heartless bitch, for example, and then you end up breaking up and having a big fight, break up, and then you look back, and then the girl who came to you and said, I have a crush on you, is now in a long, fruitful relationship, and she's about to get married. Cry in your pillow and accept that you made that mistake, and you have to live with it. It sucks, but life is full of those decisions, and we live to regret them, but we also live to make new ones that we won't regret. And all about making mistakes is learning from them. So next time, if a girl asks you out, think about it a little bit better, and you might end up deciding, you know what? Let's give this one a shot. There's stuff, like real talk. Yeah, real talk. The girl that friend-zoned me said there could be a chance within a few years. I am not. I'm going to keep my mouth shut on that one, because I have nothing good to say in response to that. Good luck, bro. Good luck. I am not going to say anything. Because I'm going to be a dick. I'm not going to say anything to that. Oh, God. Anyway, moving on. My thanks for your help, Shroud. Let's begin before they change their minds. Indeed. Hear me, my comrades. In our nation, Musasai is a name that evokes loathing. All know his were the hands that created the monster Yugetsu, and all know that he evaded responsibility for fear of death. But naught could be further from the truth, for Musasai never taught a samurai's calling is to preserve order. Or ever taught to preserve order, sorry. However, Yugetsu seeks to do the very opposite. In bringing down the Bakufu, he means to usher in such chaos as to trigger another age of blood. Yugetsu may have trained under Musasai, but he was no true pupil of his. Nay, his true pupil stands before you now, and he, like his master, wields his katana to protect the peace. Bah, protect the peace? You like to say. But when did Musasai ever do to protect the peace? Can you tell us that? I would ask the same question. All we know is that he challenged warriors the realm over and never was once defeated. An impressive feat, to be sure, but it's neither here nor there. It takes strength to protect the peace. As we strive to hone our skills through rigorous training, Musasai honed his through duels. He went on a quest to right the wrongs as Kogarashi. He brought evildoers to account as Kogarashi. What to choose here? He went on a quest to right wrongs as Kogarashi. He brought evildoers to account as Kogarashi. One or two. They're kind of the same essence, but the wording I think is important. I think that one. Wait a second. The Kogarashi? The mystery samurai who roamed the land smiting the wicked when I was little? The man who protected the weak and punished common crooks and great lords alike before vanishing like the wind. It was Musasai all along? I became a samurai because of him. Me too. Kogarashi was my hero. I wanted to change the world like him. Looking back, 'twas when first I heard tell of Kogarashi that the desire to take up the katana took root in my heart. I had known that Master Musasai journeyed to the land with my brother, but to think that he did so as Kogarashi. Could the experience have pushed Yugetsu to his extreme beliefs? Very well, Captain. We were wrong about Musasai, but what have you to say for yourself? That's right. We haven't forgotten about that. Your brother's the bastard that's trying to tear down our nation. How can we trust you? Ah, enough. I've been biting my tongue, but I can't stand it anymore. Mama Vigo, my friend! I was actually really wondering if you were going to see him again.
Hello there, Shroud. Fancy seeing me here. I shouldn't doubt. The idea occurred to me to visit Musasai's homeland, you see. And you know how spontaneous I can be. But what do I find upon arriving but this painful display of narrow-mindedness? The old man would be turning in his grave.
Who the hells are you?
Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is what I did, and that was to journey with Shroud and Musasai on a quest to right wrongs. We've established that you all respect and admire Musasai, who happens to be your childhood hero Kogarashi. Well then, you should know that he used to always say about his own countrymen that you're so focused on a person's birth, you blind yourself to his true worth. It's so bleeding obvious, I can't believe I have to say this, but having a villain for a brother doesn't make Makoto a villain. In spite of their relationship, she opposes him for God's sake. Now look at yourselves. None of you were born into samurai families, but through hard work you've made it thus far. Become who you wanted to be. What Makoto has done is no different. Like you, she's broken free of the shackles of her birth to live a life of her own choosing. By the Kami, why could I not see this? After all we've been through together as comrades. Damn right, you're right. How many times have we put up with a scorn because I came from a poor village, but there I was dealing that scorn to the captain. Struck me down for a fool. I've always despised this aspect of our culture, yet all this time I remained its unwitting prisoner. Come, my friends, let us bring back those of us who are still at large. We have a battle to win and a peace to protect. Suddenly, a leprechaun. No, it's a lalafell. You're the gentleman from the inn in Uda. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Oh, don't mention it. I am a showmaster by trade, and words are my domain. Swords not so much. So I'll bow out here. Oh, I think I'll go and take a dip in one of those hot springs I've heard so much about. The rest I leave to you in your capable hands, Shroud. Put a stop to you, Getsu, and give the old man the peace he deserves. You got it, brother. The appointed hour is nigh. Let us make for the field of battle, for the Isle of Beko. Tally her! Excuse me. Hello, I got you, fam. All I'll say, AA, is if you find another girl, or if another girl finds you, don't reject them. And yeah, I guess I'll just put it that. And if I say any more, I might say something I probably shouldn't. So I will leave it at that. I will leave it at that. Of course. Don't. That's gross, man. Nah, shit, get permission. That's a given. Why are you saying that to me, AA? Bro, I should be saying that to you. See, I don't know. I gotta confront this. AA, why do you always say those random things to me? We all need advice. Yeah, but usually advice is sourced from something. But sometimes you say stuff and I have no idea where it come from. Like that just now. You're still young, you got time, keep your chin up, man. I have no idea what prompted that. Usually I can see where what I said brings out a response, but I have no idea where the hell that came from. I have no idea what prompted "you're still young, you got time, keep your chin up." Like I'm very confused. Like that That came out of so far left field, like it was like exactly 90 degrees away from my purview. Like I have no idea what that was in response to. I have to confront this. Why do you... Where does that come from? I'm so confused. Oh, hello. My name's Sanibel Fatzel. Yes. Good. Rule book of encouraging quotes. You were giving me good advice, so I return the favor because I know you're single yourself. And yeah, but I'm not worried about it. Like I am not worried about it whatsoever. And I'm fine being single currently, you know. And if a girl were to tomorrow to confess her love to me and say like, "Hey, you want to go out?" I'd say, "Hell yeah, fuck it, let's give it a shot." But I'm not like in a rush to find anyone, and I'm not worried about it at all. Like I'm in a comfortable place right now in my life. I'm in no rush. I'm young, and like you said, I am young, so I'm not worried about it. If I were 40 and single, then I'd be worried. Then I'd be like, ah, shit. If I don't find someone soon, I'm gonna die alone. I'm gonna be so old and wrinkled, nobody will want me. Unless I go to the old folks' home, where I'll fit in. Well, that's probably more like 50, not really 40. Why do you feel the need to confront my advice? Is it not helpful? I'm not really confronting it as much as it doesn't really... Well, if I'm being honest, it's not helpful, it's not actively unhelpful, it's just... It's kind of like the same as one of those greeting cards you see in like a store. Like, it's about the same idea. Like, usually advice is good like when it's relatively appropriate, but the advice you gave is kind of a given. I mean, I'm young, obviously. I've still got time, absolutely, and it's all just kind of a given stuff. I wouldn't even really call it advice as much as it is almost a saying. Like, don't worry, you're young, you got plenty of time. That's pretty common. I'm homeschooled, man. I never learned social skills and how to have a flowing convo. I ain't fair enough. I wasn't homeschooled, so I suppose that gives me an advantage in understanding how to converse. Don't worry, man. You'll get it though. You just gotta practice. Gotta go out. Gotta leave your house from time to time. Go out, meet some folks. You know, go to a pub. Go to a pub and just talk to people. That's what I found can lead to some lasting friendships, or some lasting, at the very least, lasting habits. Am I an odd fellow? Yes. Yes, you are. But that's okay. Odd doesn't equal bad. It just means odd. I don't understand what I'm doing wrong. I'm really lost. You're not really doing anything wrong, per se. I wouldn't say you've done anything wrong. I'd say you're different. Now, yeah, the way you respond to things, or the way you say things, or even the things that you say, kind of are sometimes random. Like, questions you've asked. Like, the questions, and I get it, a lot of people have random questions that just pop into their brain, so they ask them. So, that I get. So the questions is, I can, you know, take it or leave it, that's fine. Where things, you know, sometimes get odd when I talk to you is, sometimes when you say things, the way you interpret things I've said confuses the hell out of me. Like, I completely am unable to understand why you thought that way. So there's that as well. Not wrong, endearingly quirky. That's a better way to put it, yeah. You're quirky, odd, strange. But nothing's bad about that. And it can be, but usually people wouldn't refer to bad odd as odd. They'd usually refer to it as, you know, something insulting. Like stupid, shitty, crappy, crazy, psychotic, sociopathic. That's how they'd usually that's how people usually refer to oddity as a negative, is if they use those kind of terms. If you just use weird, odd, or quirky, typically that's an affectionate way of pointing out something is out of the norm. I guess I'm on a higher level of thinking. We'll go with that. We'll run with that one. If you were 40 and single, you'd have to be some kind of an incel. As my older friends say, after 35, dating is on game journalist difficulty. I kind of like that. I might use that. You haven't tried to 1. Threaten anyone, 2. Insult anyone's family or pets, and 3. Dox someone. In other words, you haven't done anything wrong yet. And hopefully ever. But yeah, those would typically be on the staircase tier list of negative. I think I'm an introvert and you're an extrovert. That could be the reason. I'm not really an extrovert though. That's the thing. If you think I'm an extrovert, that's scary. That is very scary. I will say this. I'm more extroverted in front of a camera. You know, because I don't have all of you in front of me in like a room, so I don't have to be intimidated by like a crowd in front of me. And I'm definitely more extroverted than like the average internet goer. You know, I've practiced my charisma. I've done stage acting in theaters, so I know how to handle myself in front of people, at least to a degree. But I still have my issues. Like sometimes I'm a little more blunt than I should be. Like people have called me rude in the past because I've said something that was a little untoward. When even if I didn't mean anything by it, sometimes the way you say things comes off as negative. So that's happened to me many times. That's probably the biggest regular mistakes I make in like my quote-unquote charismatic style. But I'd say I'm not really an extrovert. I'm definitely an introvert. So trust me, you'll know an extrovert when you meet one. Their extroverts are hard to miss. I'm on the spectrum as well, just to let you know, bro. Yeah, I figured you were. No offense. Like, there's certain ways I can tell. Just from, like, conversing with people. I'm on the higher functioning end of things, so I have it easier than most. I've practiced a lot of social skills as well. I think my biggest boon with me being on the spectrum is I would be a lot worse if my family hadn't pushed me so hard to work on my issues, you know, like socializing and talking to other people. My family really helped me out with that. Like my mom forced me in many ways to be social, to talk to people, to converse, to make friends. And when I was in high school, she made me do extracurricular activities. She made me do that stuff. And in hindsight, I thank her for it. I would not be as functional as I am, or I guess as good as I am, in air quotes, at entertaining people, if I was a lot more reserved. So, I owe my mom a lot for allowing me to hone my social... Well, not only allowing, but making me hone my social skills. I would be probably worse than all of you if she hadn't. So I owe that woman a lot. And already I owe her for existing, so... Happy Friday! Hey, Hyper Night... Excuse me. Hey, Hyper Night Parade, or Drawl. How you doing? I've never been pushed, that could be the reason. I mean, I'm not going to get into a debate about it, but I would say that it is, as uncomfortable as it is, pressure makes diamonds, right? So you can't improve as a person, whether it's socially or at a skill like art, writing, or just a job skill like 3D modeling and design, or architectural design, construction, drywalling. Everything you get better at through the fires of difficulty. The more difficult something is, the more you're driven, to overcome those obstacles. And that goes with everything, including social stuff. So if you're on the spectrum, I think it is important for parents to not allow their kids to use it. Well, if they're low functioning, that's different. Low functioning, unfortunately, there's not really a lot of improvement that can be done. Like, there's only so much you can do with low functioning. But if your child is high functioning and they have the ability and potential to lead a normal life, I think it's definitely a parent's duty to push their kid as best they can, even if their kid cries at times, even if it leads to the kid being really sad and depressed at times. Sometimes those are just growing pains of trying to improve as a person and trying to reach some level of functionality in society. Like, that's a difficulty that you do have to put your kids through, but in the end, they will be better people for it. I think that's important, and if when I'm a parent someday, my kids are also autistic like I am, and I will do the same thing my mom did. I will push them to do things that they will not want to do, but they will be better people for it. That's my philosophy, of course. That's personal. I don't pretend I have the end-all be-all of takes on that. Sliced my finger at work and got a massive bandage gauze fortress around it. But as I'm chilling, yeah, way to just throw that. Like, oh, by the way, I got sliced open, but don't worry, I'm chill. I hope that heals quick, man. Damn, I'm sorry to hear you got injured though, bro. I hope you feel better. And I hope it heals really fast. I hope you don't have to get stitches. I don't know what you do for work, but I hope it's not major. Stitches suck. You never improve at public speaking without getting over that horrible fear of it. Correct. And the only way to get over the fear of it is be forced into it, unfortunately. Fire refines steel, and pressure creates diamonds. Exactly. I'm not low functioning. I hope you could figure that out, huh? Well, low functioning, you probably wouldn't be able to even chat at me. Like, my niece, for example, she's low functioning, and though I'm able to help and relate to her, because I understand her sensory issues, I can relate to her on that level, but hers are so much more extreme than mine, it's just not even comparable. She is definitely on the lower functioning end of the spectrum, so in the case with my niece, she will never lead a normal life, and that's sad. It is sad to see that and know that, but on the upside, her mom and dad do care for her. She is in a comfortable home. She has an older brother, who's also on the spectrum, but he's high functioning like I am. So she will lead a life, just unfortunately not a normal one. So low functioning is definitely the debilitating end of things. But that is terribly sass, Chad. Oh, terribly sad. Okay. Nah, it's a flesh wound, but it'll heal with a little time in Neosporin. Alright, good.
Monty Python!
And the Holy Grail? Oh, we talking like Life of Brian and shit. Makoto. Alright, let's get this done. The Holy Grail is still one of the best comedies, I'm telling you. It holds up so well. All wayward members are returned, and all with their resolve restored. Let us go and face Ugetsu. The flesh wound quote. 'Tis but a flesh wound. I chopped your arms off. 'Tis but a flesh wound. Alright, level 70. There you go. Classic samurai v samurai story. Will this false peace continue, or will the fires of true change sweep across the land? Today we decide Hingashi's history. Today we decide whose path is right, Musasai's or mine. There is but one among you worthy of being my opponent. He who trained under mine own master. Come, Shroud. Show me the strength of your conviction. Very well. Oh, there we go.
Bring it, my fellow pupil of Musasai. Today you know death. Today you know my vengeance.
Why is he using an AoE on me? What an idiot. Sweet lord, motherfucker! Lord Yugetsu! Defeated? Impossible! Run away, bitch! Dude, look at this sword. What the fuck? Why do you stay your blade? It is over. The heavens have chosen. Now strike me down. A samurai must be decisive. Finish me or I shall finish you. Good. You've grown strong, little sister. Come, my friends. Let us return to the barracks. Oh, you're fixing your board and X-Acto knife when it slipped? Ah, yeah, that sucks. I've caught myself with a couple X-Acto knives before. It really stings. I think the worst like self-injury I've ever done though is, you know, those wine cork things. Well, I was in a knick-knack shop in Bar Harbor, which is a town here in Maine. I was visiting a knick-knack shop and they had like a little bottle opener screw cork. And I don't know why, but I was like poking the tip of my finger, just seeing how curious. Someone jumped me from, like, you know, someone like, you know, bumped into me, jumped me, and I don't know how, but I twisted like the cork, like this. It screwed into the point where I felt the like it went into my thumb, and I felt the metal point part touch the inside of the nail of my thumb. Like, I felt inside my nail through the entirety of the flesh of my thumb get poked by the screw needle end. And I had to unscrew it out and get it out of my thumb. And that thing was bloody. Like, the blood. That was a bad day. Oh, that was a bad day. Still stings. I still got like that phantom pain from it. Oh, that hurt so much. Yeah, that one sucked. It had no one to blame but myself. Omae wa moshinderu. Nani? Are you good at math and physics? I'm not good at physics. Never liked physics. But I'd say I'm good at general arithmetic. Like, I'm good at all the way up to just before. I would say geometry, algebra, a little statistics, a lot of that stuff, you know, I did very well in school. I never got into calculus though. Like, I saw some of my friends who took advanced AP calculus and shit like that. I read their homework and I was like, nope, I would never have done that. But I was good at math. I was generally an A-B student. The worst grade I ever got in math class was a B. Word flex, but okay, that's ortho. Favorite doctor? I'm assuming you mean from Doctor Who. My favorite doctor from Doctor Who would probably be the 10th Doctor, David Tennant. Played by David Tennant, I should say. Second favorite would probably be the 11th, weirdly enough. So you live in the top right of the very... If you're looking on a map, I suppose, yes. But typically with a map, you use north, south, west, and east. I live in the very tippy northeast of the U.S. Yes. We succeeded in quelling a major threat to the nation, and it was in no small part due to you, Shroud. You have my eternal gratitude. While not all insurgents are accounted for, without a leader to unite them, they will eventually scatter to the winds. As for me, my appointment as captain of the Sekizegumi has since been made official. 'Tis a heavy burden, but I swear to bear it with honor and live up to Captain Kongo's faith in me. Meanwhile, the revelation of Kogarashi's true identity has been doing its rounds of our order. 'Twould seem that nigh all of our younger members idolized him, and joined out of the desire to make a difference. In embarking upon his quest, I believe that Master Musasai in part wished to sow the seeds of a new generation. Yugetsu sought the quick path to change, and cared not that it was fraught with strife and suffering. He saw Hingashi as a dilapidated house fit only to be torn down. But Master Musasai sought to restore this house, board by board, nail by nail, one injustice at a time, even should it take several lifetimes. To ensure that his legacy lives on, I will embark upon my own quest of change, here in Kugane, and I pray that you will do the same no matter where your road takes you. Misatsu Gooden. I don't have space for that in my ability bar. Fuck. I hope that's not an important ability, because I have no room for it. By facing your brother people in Mortal Kombat. Okay. Hisatsu Gooden. This includes the samurai quest from the Stormblood. In order to undertake the next quest, you must first meet the following requirements. You must have registered a product key for... Okay, I have. You must have completed the main scenario quest, Shadowbringers. I have not done that. You must have completed the role quest, Courage Born of Fear. I have not done that. Once you've done so, the next samurai quest will be available from Makoto. Oh, damn, that's far. That's a long time away. Goddamn. Sam, I am too. Have I ever driven from Maine to California? No, I have not. My, one of my best friends has. She has done it several times. She did it when she moved out there to California. She did it when she came here to visit, during, Christmas a couple of years ago. And then she's done it again recently to, well, if you could each time back and forth, she's probably done it about a dozen times already. Drive to California. Okay. They would drive, well, to move there. Or to go back there if they already live there. But no, I have never made that drive. Nor would I. I would never live in California. I would visit California, like, for vacation. That'd be about it. And even then, I'd have to be very selective of where in California I'd go. Alright, so we've done all of that. You live in WI. Does that win Wisconsin? Wisconsin? I think that's what that is. I'm not certain, though. Alright, carrying on. Terry Hill! Wait, hold on. Let me do this real quick. Oh, damn, my inventory is getting full. Hold on. We'll be... Let's do this, because I kind of want to... I'll switch back to this gear set another time, but I think it's only appropriate we switch to this real quick. But to do that... And also kill a couple other birds with one stone. Let's head over to Limsa. Yes. Have you ever visited Wisconsin? I think I've been through Wisconsin. I don't think I've visited it, like gone there with the intention of being in Wisconsin. But I believe I've traveled through Wisconsin. Alright, so first things first, market board. It's a couple things I have on the market sold. Yay, yay! Money, 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 money! Money, 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 money! 153,000 gil. In one go. Thank you, my beautiful assistant. Cha-chang, baby. Never been to Maine. That's okay. Most people haven't. The number of people I've talked to who've been here I can count that, you know, don't live here, I should say, or haven't. The amount of people I talked to, like via streams and stuff, that have just visited or been to Maine, I can count on one hand. That's why whenever someone in the stream does pop in and say like, "Hey, I've actually been there, or I've lived there," I'm like, "Oh my god, someone else knows this place exists." Hey, and the majority of the United States doesn't know Maine exists. Some might because they know Stephen King or might be a Stephen King fan, but other than that, 99% of people don't know Maine exists in the United States, let alone other places, which is fine. You know, I get it. We're not known for hardly anything except Stephen King and lobster. That's about it. Lobster and Stephen King. Is Maine a nice place? I would say so. I love living here. I don't live in the cities, though. So, I couldn't tell you if the cities are nice. They're probably not. But, I live out in the countryside. I live out in the woods. Like, I'm 30 minutes away from the nearest town. I'm 10 minutes away from the nearest bar, but I'm 30 minutes from the nearest town. And my neighbor is about a 5-minute drive down the road that way. My nearest neighbor. Most of my neighbors are a good good chunk of distance away from me. Like, I only have to walk, like, down into the woods a little bit, and I'm in the hunting territory for some fresh game. I wouldn't live in any cities these days, to be honest. I mean, yeah. Okie dokie. Right, now to pop up in Linza, the draining winch. Alright, inn. I want to go into the inn. Hello, good sir. Okay, that's a new blade we got, I think. Alright, so... Yes. It's also hands, hold on. Alright, and from there, everything else is kind of meh. Alright, so glamour plates. And that would be 5. We'll do 5. And boom. Is any of this dyeable? I don't think so. Gotcha. Alright. Oh. There we are. We'll run with that for now. I don't know, headpiece on or off? Gotta upgrade it later to make it dyeable? Alright, well, that'll happen later. I haven't even unlocked Eureka yet. But anyway, headpiece on or off? That's a fancy bathrobe. Don't be culturally insensitive. You don't know much about New England in general? It's a nice place, for the most part. I mean, I like it. Nothing like old England. Alright, so leave the hat on. Could probably do that. Yeah. So I'm gonna run with this glamour for right now. We're probably gonna switch to the other back to my other custom glamour later. But this one just feels the most appropriate for right now as we continue to go through Stormblood. Alright, so we'll stick with this for now. My hard-earned PvP version will be switched to for Shadowbringers. Although I'll mainly be playing through Shadowbringers as Dark Knight, so it will be a moot point. Alright. Now, back on track. Actually, real quick. Is any of that gear I just equipped better than what I'm wearing? Nope, it's not. Okay, I'm just checking. Alright, here we go. Wait. Come, come. We must tell the others of this airship, or hear what they know of it. It's dry clean only. Uh-oh.
There you are. What happened? Are the villagers all right?
We freed them, along with many others. Kosetsu, we spied an airship bound for the castle. Know you aught of it?
Aye, that we do. The Crown Prince is come to Doma.
Ah, shit. Not that guy again.
We suspect this is a result of recent events in Girabania. Our defeat notwithstanding, there appears to be some concern in Garlemald that subversive elements may be rallying in other provinces. Though Yotsuyu governs Doma, Xenos remains the province's anointed viceroy, and it would seem he has come to assess the current situation in person.
If Xenos is here, we must seize this opportunity and kill him.
Would that it were so simple, Lady Yugiri. You may recall that we encountered Xenos at Rolga's Reach. We have seen firsthand what he can do. His power defies explanation. He faced the Alliance, the Resistance, and the Scions, and he defeated us all. We survived and learned from the experience, it is true. But if we are to defeat him, it will not be through simple opportunism. We will require a flawless plan.
Xenos with a Z, not an X. Z-E-N-O-S.
We know his strength.
And the guy's a fucking badass.
Prodigious swordsman trained from childhood by the finest Imperial tutors, reputed to be without equal on the battlefield, which is why we must not meet him there. Nay, we keep to the shadows, the domain of the shinobi, and thence we strike. You need only give me the chance.
Were this but a matter of personal revenge, I would not presume to bar your path. for I myself crave that same vengeance. But to draw steel against the Emperor's son is a grave decision, and one that will shape our nation's future. Do not forget Lord Hien's words.
Well, that, and he's not an alien either. He's a human. He's ungodly.
We should sheathe our swords if the people lack the will to
He's
fight.
ungodly strong and powerful.
But he
ain't an alien.
Our master's life is forfeit.
Even should you succeed, Xenos' death will not win Doma her freedom. More likely, her doom. Can we defend our people against the Empire's retribution? We few against a legion? Do not be a fool, child!
Mayhap I am a fool with foolish dreams of a future that will never be. But I cannot, I will not forsake them!
Yugiri, wait!
What now?
Damn it. As much as I do think this is a cool design, I kind of liked it the other way around. Now that I'm thinking about it more. Political intrigue intensifies. It intensifies a lot in this. I don't know, should I stick to the gi style samurai, or should I switch back to my more badass dark samurai, like dark edgy boy samurai? Weeb Lord style. Okay. Which one do you consider Weeb Lord? Snazzy hat? The Samurai Jack thing. So the gi. We'll stick with this one for right now. I might change it. I'd say stick with the job gear to the end of 4.0 MSQ. Alright, well, it's just the glamour of it. It's not the actual gear equipped. So, is there a reason, though? Yeah, because I don't have any of that gear actually equipped. It's all just glamored on. It's just the thematical story. I agree. So was the other one, but this one is more appropriate, I should say. I will not pursue her. It is for her to think on our master's words and recognize the futility of her course. Those, at least, are my thoughts upon the matter. Yours may be different. Should you wish to give chase, I will not bar your path. We each have one life, and it is not to be spent recklessly in pursuit of our goals. I pray she realizes this soon. Base large man is wise. Yes. I think he is a Rogadin or is part Rogadin, which is why he's like that. Ah, you giddy. Samurai Suicide Jumper. He's a bird. He's a hawk. Did Gosetsu send you to stop me? Nope. Then you came of your own free will? I should be surprised if you agreed with my chosen course. No one else did. But it's not as fanciful as they would have you believe. Oh, fuck. 'Twould seem that Xenos has no desire to remain in Doma any longer than necessary. He wishes to inspect the moon gates this very eve. His impatience is our advantage. He will arrive without warning and gave Yotsuyu no time to prepare. The whole castle is in a state of upheaval. To avoid any delay, he has declined a full escort, and will be traveling with no more than a handful of soldiers. The Kami could not have blessed us with more auspicious circumstances. I will kill him, Shroud. I will. You mean we will kill him? Oh hi! Ohayo! Onore! You mean we? You mean we will kill him? You hate Ohio State? I've never been to Ohio, so I wouldn't know. Or if I have, I've been through it and didn't remember. What die trying? You understand the risks? Forgive me. Of course you do. Mayhap better than I. But are you sure? You bet I am. Let's do this. Let's kill the motherfucker. Thank you. Thank you. I cannot well express what this means to me. We have much to discuss, but we can do so on the way. Yuzuka Manor is some distance from here. We must hurry. Stay calm. No one knows you were here. No one knows you saw anything. No one knows you overheard 2 rebels plotting to kill the Crown Prince. God, stupid, stupid, stupid! You know how this ends. They only have themselves to blame. You have to tell them. You have to... That bitch better not be snitching. That bitch better not be snitching. I swear to Christ. I will kill him myself. He better not be snitching. Yeah, snitches get stitched. I will cut him in twine. Bitch, if you ain't gonna help, stay the fuck out of it. Stay the fuck out of it.
Rule the streets. I ain't seen.
My sister trying to make plans with the family last minute again. I don't know what that is about that. It's like, why can't we make plans like a week in advance? Yeah, in advance. Yeah, meanwhile my sister's text the whole family and is like, hey, y'all want to get together in the next hour? Well, no, not really. Well, why? Because I had other plans. More so, and then she always pulls the guilt trip and crap. It's like, more important than your family? It's like, really? If you had planned this a week behind, I would have not let anything get in the way of it. But what if I had made plans a week ago to, I don't know, on a date tonight? Just saying. Not that I did, but still, as an example. This is far enough. Let us discuss our plan of attack. Xenos' itinerary is as follows. He will depart Doma Castle by ship and approach the moon gates. The Magitech field will be deactivated briefly, allowing his vessel to pass. It will then continue on these very docks, where he and his entourage will disembark. As you can see, this area is not ideal for an ambush. Wide open, multiple avenues of escape, the manor is better suited to our needs. Let us split up and search for suitable hiding places.
I probably would not enjoy living in Wyoming. Maine is the perfect place for me. It's cold most of the year. It can get negative 50 degrees here. It's nice and cool, cold, most of it. Summer's hot. We have nice beaches everywhere, fishing, all that kind of stuff. I like the trees. I like the forests of pine. I like hunting rabbits and deer during hunting seasons. I like where I live perfectly. I don't think any other place would be even remotely close enough to its feeling. Surrounded by walls and deserted, this location appears to be this ideal for concealment. Okay. Ah, there you are. From the roof, we could have a clear view of the docks. It is settled. We shall lie in wait here until Xenos arrives. As discussed, if all goes to plan, we shall fall with my first blow. He will fall with my first blow. If not, then the two of us will have to engage him in combat. In open combat. His escort is of no consequence, which means that he will have a 2-to-1 advantage. Nevertheless, he is not to be underestimated. Alright, here we go. All that remains is to wait. I trust that you are ready? Yep, about as ready as we're gonna be. Boy. It's amazing how tense these moments can feel. Alright.
I'm getting a really bad feeling someone snitched.
The village is not far, my lord. If it please you, we shall escort you there directly.
Less a province than a graveyard. The rotting husk of a broken nation devoid of proper sport. But as his radiance wishes...
Yes, of course, my lord. And may I say how terribly sorry we are that you had to come so far.
I was half expecting a body double. But his voice is identical. I don't know.
We labored long to sow the seeds of hatred, of fear, to train them as beasts. Now we shall see the harvest. Let there be savage beasts baying for blood, and not hollow-eyed prey cowering in the dark, or there will be no joy in this hunt.
If anything will be this guy's undoing, it's his hubris, that's for sure. Gotta love ninjas. Shinobi. He knows. Yep.
Ambush!
Shinobi? And me without my brute.
You got another one right there.
You are. Is this the sum of your hate?
This is only the beginning. For Lord Kayed! For Doma!
Really? It couldn't show me slash the guy. I suppose they can't animate anything specific. Like, they'd have to animate something different for every player character, but still, come on. Kills my immersion a little bit.
Lest your misfortunes compound.
We're screwed, man.
Then again, I'm loath to expend such effort on the unworthy. Come, earn the honor.
Alright. Last time we fought this guy, he kicked our asses, so... Ah, shit. This guy and his AoE bullshit. I will say this, he is the Darth Vader of this series so far. I thought Gaius was gonna be, but nah, Gaius by comparison is nowhere near as badass as this guy is. Fuck. God, I hate this guy's bullshit.
taste of my blade.
This day you die. Leave this to me.
How about no?
All right.
Fuck. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Well done, beast.
Let us put you to the proof.
Not this bullshit again.
No, I must fight on. I must.
Run, beast, run!
God, I hate this motherfucker.
Give me something to remember.
I'm trying.
Run, beast, run!
Not this bullshit again.
Don't stop now.
Gotta hate your ass.
I see. I remember you, Al Amigo, the champion of the savages.
Fuck you, dude.
Look ye where the sun doth rise, see crimson embers darkening skies. Look ye where the sun doth fall, see azure lost amidst the squall.
Oh, how right I was to spare your life.
That's the prince of the Garleans. When he takes over, things are gonna get scary.
Hero. Endure. Survive. Live. For the rush of blood. For the time between the seconds, live. For the sole pleasure left to me in this empty, ephemeral world, live!
I don't live to entertain you, motherfucker.
You are not worthy.
Oh, shit.
Get away from them, you imperial dog!
I am happy to see this, though. This is better than the snitching I thought he was doing.
No, don't. You must flee.
We're not going anywhere, do you hear me? We're not running away! What you're doing is stupid and reckless, and I never wanted any part of it, but here we are!
Ah, shit, he's gonna die.
I've spent my whole life hating myself. For every time they made me beg, for every time I held my tongue to protect the people I love. And then you came along and reminded me of all the things I never said and never did, and it was even worse. I would have given anything to forget, to walk away, but I knew I'd never be able to live with the guilt.
I think this is so tense, I'm biting my nails.
So we came, all of us, for you, for ourselves, for Donna!
Death is death, regardless of the reason. Yet you seem determined to die, intruding upon this sacred ground, turning weapons you can scarcely wield upon me. Your lives will not even begin to redress the balance.
How wrong you are!
Alizé?
Go, now! Gusetsu, see to Yugiri.
Hey!
I can't see a damn thing. Someone stop them!
Fuck you, bitch. At least this guy has some balls. I mean that figuratively, obviously.
My lord?
I hate her so much. At least I can kind of respect him. He wants a good fight. He's like an evil version of Goku. Did you ever feel sympathy for Denethor? In the movies, no. In the books, yes. When I read the books for the first time, I kind of, we kind of learn, there's more details about him. And the idea that he was once a respectable steward. Hey, Aaron, what's up? He's a fight sexual. Yeah, he just wants a good time, you know? Evil and fabulous! Kinda, yeah. But yeah, for Denethor, I did feel some sympathy in the books, because with the more details, the more the vibe of that he was once a respectable steward. Whereas in the movie, especially the theatrical cut, did a really terrible job of giving even the vibe that at one time he was respectable. It's one of those cases where the lack of detail the movie could provide really hurt it, I think. But there technically was an evil version of Goku. Well, technically there's several if you include Turles. Alizé. I don't think we were followed. Gods, I have no idea what was going on through that man's head, but I'm heartily glad he decided to leave. Oh, and don't thank us. Thank Alphino. He's at the House of the Fierce, patiently awaiting your gratitude. Oh, I see. Alfie.
Alfie, my boy.
Oh, I hear an ether current nearby. Indeed. As were you. Oh, crap. That was another line. I was rather composed, as I recall, though that is neither here nor there. Alright, ether current, you're right. I do hear one nearby, but Vil. Ah, up there. Gimme, 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 gimme. Mine, 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 mine. Yeah, speaking of for Ethernet currents, what are we looking at here? So I completely attuned to the Ruby Sea. The Fringes still got plenty of shit to do there. Yansha. is at least partly underway. Put it. Ow. Issei is beside himself with emotion. Can you believe it? We faced the Crown Prince himself and lived to tell the tale. You've no idea what this means for us. Everyone's talking about getting more weapons and armor, and we're not going to stop until we take back our homeland. Right, getting a bit ahead of ourselves, aren't we? We've got wounded to tend to first. We should get back to the village. Okay, there we go. Alright, back to the village. Luckily, we can speed that process along. Alright. How are you feeling? After fighting that demon, I can only imagine. I suppose I ought to apologize to you for, you know. Anyway, thank you for not giving up on us. The shinobi, too.
How are you feeling, my lady? Much the better for my comrades' ministrations, and your...
Fuck.
Good. If there is anything else we can do for the two of you, anything at all, just ask.
That'll save me the problem. Alright, have a good one, Kyle. Thank you for joining, man.
Stare any harder and you're like to burn a hole in them. Go and say your piece, for goodness sake.
I've got nothing more to say to them. I'm going to find out how the others are getting on.
Gosetsu, Mistress Alize, I owe you an apology. I acted with reckless disregard for my own safety, and endangered I know not how many others in so doing.
I mean, yeah. But your heart was in the right place.
Counsel, I knowingly defied our master's wishes, and left you no choice but to follow suit.
Nonsense. I followed our master's wishes to the letter. Consider once more his words, and the intent therein. In offering his head, he but sought to shield his people from harm, loyal retainers included. You must value your life more highly, Shadow Walker.
On the other hand, your recklessness did serve as an inspiration to many. Mayhap you should not be so hard on yourself. In any event, if you must apologize profusely, it seems only right that you expend as much effort thanking the one person who supported your plan from the first.
Hello. That's right. Give me a thanks.
Yes, it does. There are no words which will suffice. But thank you.
I'll take it.
And there they are!
Lys. And Alfino.
12 be praised. When I learned of your rather questionable plot to assassinate Xenos, I feared we would need to recruit a new Primal Slayer.
Hey. Watch it, boy. Ain't nobody will replace my ass.
Alize made me swear to stay behind no matter what. I think she was worried I'd hurl myself at Xenos the moment I set eyes on him.
You probably would have, let's be honest.
Not that I'd blame you, but let's just be honest here.
What? You'll forgive me for changing the subject, but now would seem a good time to discuss where we go from here. Though the Empire has yet to retaliate, the fact remains that we have revealed our presence and signaled our intentions in so doing. It is only a matter of time before the Imperials move against us. Given that we lack the strength to oppose them, 'tis plain some manner of brilliant stratagem is required. Therefore, I yield the floor to the preeminent tactician of our time, with whom I was privileged to share a room.
What a way to phrase that.
If you insist. While in Kagane, we debated a number of approaches and were eventually forced to concede that we cannot look to the Alliance for aid. Even were it possible to ferry sufficient forces and materiel from Eorzea in a timely manner, such a massive undertaking would not long escape the attention of the Empire. It would be a miracle if our ships reached the shore. Fortunately, according to Tataru and Hancock's intelligence, the Empire has withdrawn most of its forces from Doma in the past year, leaving her relatively unguarded. That being the case, a popular uprising, spearheaded by the full might of the Doman Liberation Front, may feasibly be sufficient to threaten the seat of provincial government, namely Doma Castle. 'Twould be rather easier said than done, of course, but I have seen worse plans prevail.
Then we must needs meet with Lord Hien and convince him to return, for there is no surer way to inspire our people to rise up as one. He desired proof of his subjects' conviction, and they have provided it, through no less a deed than openly opposing Xenos himself.
It will work. It has to work. And next time, we will defeat him.
Please, I hope you're right. We fought him twice so far, and both times he's wiped the floor with us. Did I watch Ben 10? Yeah, I grew up on Ben 10. Along with a number of other shows, but that was one of them. Damn. Alright, draw. Alright. Gosetsu, Yugiri. I'll be traveling to Azim's Steppe, Shad. I found Lord Hien once before, I am confident I can do so again. Moreover, it was to me whom he put the question of Doma's resolve. I feel it my duty to deliver him to our people's reply. Our countrymen's deeds speak for themselves. Lord Hien cannot deny the truths of their hearts. Too long has it been since I looked on his face. It would be of great comfort to see him again, and no small comfort if you were to join us in the search, I should add. I wonder what kind of man Hien is. From what I heard, he's about the same age as me. And then there's Fordola, who isn't a whole lot younger than us both. Like her, he was born and raised in Imperial Province. This is all he's ever known. But unlike her, he chose to do something about it. I want to meet him. I want to know why. Maybe, if I understand that, it'll help me understand a lot of other things. You're hyped for this next MSQ part? Alright. You're hyped. I like a good hype. The beloved king returning to urge his countrymen to rise up in rebellion. Not a story you'd ever hear in Sharlayan or Ul'dah, is it? Not in those words, perhaps. But no land's people is so cynical to be wholly immune to inspiration. Singular individuals have the power to move hearts and minds no matter where they go.
Doubtless you speak from personal experience. As much as this Lord Hien intrigues us, Shroud, there are vital tasks to be attended to here. Preparations for the inevitable assault on Doma Castle, for one. There is also the matter of coordinating our efforts with the Confederacy and our comrades in Kugane. Dealing with this troublesome Aetherite, I could go on, but you understand. Indeed I do. We shall depart for Azim Step at once. You will be joining us, Shroud. Yes, I will. For our part, we shall do what we can to aid the Doma Liberation Front in your absence. We will refrain from conducting any large-scale operations in your absence, and instead devote our energies to bolstering our ranks and training our new recruits. When you return, we will be ready for war. If anything happens, if you need us to come back sooner, you'd better contact us. Noble sacrifices are our last resort, remember? Follow me, my friends. We have many yawns to travel before we reach Reunion. Wait, don't leave yet! Here, take these for the road. It's simple fare, but it's the least we can do for you, after what you did for us. It may be stupid and naive of me to say this, but I will. When you come back, we'll finish what we started. We'll beat the Imperials and we'll win our freedom. So don't keep us waiting too long. You got it, bro. I feel 10 years older than you, and I feel 10 years older than myself, so... I've done a lot in my my short adult life. I've done a lot in my life in general, but a lot in my time as an adult, I've done quite a bit.
I would expect no less of Bahamut's conqueror.
Dramatic rotate around.
Prepare the airship. His Radiance will not object. We have fulfilled our obligations here. I would see this prize for myself.
Mm-hmm. Well, to be fair, I hate her ass too, so I can kind of get the notion of wanting to do that. But still, damn, man.
Do you understand why I appointed you to act in my stead? You, whose only accomplishment was to whisper the right words in the right ear.
Ooh, calling her out.
Because of your petty hatreds. They render you the perfect instrument to bleed your kinsman of hope. To make an example of Doma, such as was ordered. Listen well. If you yield Doma to the rebels, you will not be given another chance to beg forgiveness. Do your duty, now. Or die with the rest of them.
Are you all right, my lady? That was uncalled for.
Make sure to not let your voice carry.
Oh!
All sympathy just suddenly somehow seeped out of me.
Is helping the rebels. I want him dead. I want his friends dead. I want the heads of everyone he knows and loves mounted on the castle walls.
Don't worry, I'll make sure to mount yours there instead. I'm sure it's thick enough.
You mean I can finally go after him? I've been waiting for this chance. I promise you, milady, he won't escape this time. Not this time, oh no.
Ah, good lord. It's amazing how quickly they, like, robbed me of the sympathy I felt for her for a moment there. I was like, oh, maybe she's in a really bad situation. Maybe that's contributing to the evil acts she's performing. Nope! Okay. Hey, nope. Turns around, smacks the person showing sympathy to her, so I was like, yeah. Sympathy? Oh, where is it? I don't know, I lost it. Somehow it just disappeared on me. What the?
Aye. This is the place.
Estinian?
When his shade was banished, you swore to leave this life behind. And yet here you are.
Yeah, boy!
Yet, if this be the work of the eyes, what choice do you have but to end it? Or so the boy would say. Damn you, Alphino.
Where is that? Alright, we're getting the Estinian. Nice. If all are ready, let us depart for reunion in the Azim Steppe. Our route will be somewhat circuitous? Circuitous? Circuitous, I don't know. We will need to return to the Ruby Sea and head north along the coast, past Azari. Very well. Carry her. Probably be faster to do this. Nearly here. I'm flying high, flying high. I'm flying high, I'm flying high. From here we will turn north until we arrive at a cave, through which we must pass in order to reach the Azim Steppe. These and Gosetsu have already gone on ahead. We should carry on as well. Indeed we shall, milady. If I'm 18, which I am, does that mean you're 3 years older than me? Yes. I'm 21. If you're 18, and... if you're 18, yes, I'm 3 years older than you are. I'm almost 22, actually, so... I'll be turning 22 next month. Got a month till I turn the big 2-2. Which feels really weird. Every number after 21 is gonna feel weird, I know that for a fact.
Hey, Snake Crawford, welcome to the stream. I'm 20 years old. I'm 20 years older than you. Yep. There's plenty of people who watch me who are significantly older than I am. But, are you older than me in maturity? Now that's the question. Quite a few of the significantly older than me gentlemen I've come across. I outdo in maturity.
I remember the emptiness, vast and endless. The Azim Steppe, home to countless roaming tribes.
That's why I stand by the old adage. It's not about the number of years. It's how eventful those years were.
Here, we would find
I've had some eventful years in my life. I will tell you that.
With the wind at our backs, we walked on. In search of hope. In search of him.
I would like to think so. Alright. Welcome to the land of my people. Oh, okay. So this is where the Owl Rock come from? I like the music though, damn. Alright. Their birthplace, yes, though the Rayan long departed. I give you the Azim Steppe, Shroud, though I should say that this is but one small portion of it. Despite the close proximity, Domans rarely venture this far north. Most find these lands and their people strange and foreign. Fortunately, those who frequent Reunion are more welcoming than most. Come, it is not much further. Very well. Lead the way. It is bad, though, that my first thought was, ah, shit, another place I gotta get more Aetherites for. That was my first thought. Sorry, more Aether Currents for. It's pretty bad that was my first thought. Welcome to Reunion, my friends. Here is where we will begin our search for Lor Hien. Speaking of, I gotta tune to that. Kind of gives me a Mongolian vibe. But, like, I don't know, like, if that's accurate at all. Like, just for a brief second. Because technically it's, like, north of China, or the China equivalent in this world. So I'm kind of like, Mongolians? Or are we thinking more like... I don't know. Okay, it is based off Mongolia. Alright, so I got the right vibe. Well, the 50 room... Oh, crap. See, this is where... It's not good to have that on. Funny, if they're so busy fighting each other, you'd think the Empire would be able to march in and take the step with ease. I wonder why they haven't. Why indeed, Lise, why indeed. Perhaps they see little value in it, especially given the fierce reputation of those Zayla warriors, who would fight tooth and nail to oppose them. These lands were not made for men. The soil is thin and weather unforgiving. The Zayla found ways to survive, it is true, but they are made of sterner stuff than most Imperials, conscript or citizen. Thanks for taking the time to explain. Sounds like I've got a lot to learn. Later, I mean. We're meant to be looking for Hien. People from many tribes gather in Reunion to trade goods and information. I should be surprised if we cannot learn something of value here. Let us make our inquiries separately. Shroud, why don't you speak with some of the merchants here? Alrighty. There we are. So yep. We were in this
Worlds equivalent. So there's a lot of historical influence in this particular expansion then. Because we've been to a Japan equivalent, we've been to a China equivalent, and now we're in the Mongolian equivalent. Oh, their Aetheryte's even fancily different. Alright, let's just attune. And bada bing, bada bing, bada. Alright, bida. Roasted fish with pumpkin, an exotic foreign delicacy, cooked to perfection. Beloved with the step. Come, come. You seek domens? Then you are come to the wrong place, my friend. Delicious as my foodstuffs are, they find little favor with those from the south. Now, if it were Goro you were looking for, the other hand, then I might be able to help you. They flock to my stall. Yes, we. Hello, madame. Hold on. What fortune you have to come hither at this time, freshly slaughtered, every cut available on request. Organs too, hearts, livers, brains, or a brace of blood sausages, if you desire only a snack. Oh, now this is making me hungry. Don't do this to me, game. A doman? Poor meat they make, domans. I jest. I did see a young mole in company of one some few days ago. Oh wow, she's the. Oh, maybe this one right here. Maybe she's half Aura, because off the bat she has like small horns and even more reserved features. Or there could just be her particular. Booze, fresh booze. Your choice of lamb or zo, guaranteed to satisfy. How many will you have, sir? A doman? Unless another Deskar is keeping him or her yurt. He is not here. More fool if she took a doman for a husband. But enough about domans, let us speak of booze instead. You cannot come to Azim's Step and not sample the most traditional of delicacies. So this is where the Al Ra are from. Interesting. So the thing is, I didn't know culturally what to think of the Al Ra to be, but now I guess I should be thinking Mongolian. Interesting. Oh yeah, that's that new mount that just came out. Alright, I've seen her flying around a little bit here. Goro Horsemaster. I have brought you a new brush, my beloved. So smooth and silky your mane shall be the envy of every other man. I don't know if I want to question that. Say again? You are seeking who? Ah, the German. I know of whom you speak. He comes and goes with a mole girl. Though I could not describe her. I only know that she is mole, because I heard them talking as they passed. Mole. With the chat mode in Say, use your keyboard or the software keyboard to enter any phrase that contains mole to ask the Zayla in reunion if they are a mole tribe. Oh yeah, that's right. /say. I am Ura, if you must know. Come down from the mountain in the north if there is nothing else. Gotcha. You take me for a mole? I am Oranir. Compare me not with one so weak and lowly. Damn. Sorry. Serena. Yes, I am Mole. My name is Serena. May I help you?
Oh, I see. You are looking for Hien. In that case... How urgent this business must be to leave our conversation unfinished. The Kinsai, will you buy it? There is but one bundle left, if not, then... I will, though I had not thought to pay so high a price. It is a bargain for which you should be grateful. If you lack the coin, then the fault is your own, and you will leave with nothing. Please, I must have a Kinsei. The gods themselves requested it. We are bound to their will. Pay me the difference in Whisper Root. I will sell it to the next apothecary to pass through reunion, and we will each feel fairly treated. But do not tarry. Should another come before you, coin in hand, I will not refuse him. I understand. Thank you for your kindness. I'm sorry, but we must speak of Hien later. I cannot leave reunion without the Kinsei. Well, why don't we help you with that now, don't we? You want to help me? Is that it? Sure. I do not know what to say. Thank you, Shroud. Thank you. The lumbering ones we must fell wander the plains to the west of Reunion. If we each harvest 2, then we should have enough Whisper Root. Return here when you have finished. Good luck. Aye, aye. Riding on a highway. Riding on a highway. Alright, this big motherfucker. Time to go down, big boy. Yeah! Why-oh! Alright, there's one. Da 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 da. There we go. Sorry, Droll, didn't want you carrying me the whole way. Whee! Welcome back, Shroud. Have you brought the Whisper Root? Indeed I have, madame. Blessed is he who shows kindness to strangers, for with fortune does he ever ride. Isha, the Kinsei is yours. The gods favor you more than you know, child. Ungun rarely have need of such herbs, and so my stock is limited. Had you come a day earlier or later, I would have had none for you. Perhaps the gods have guided me here, as they guided grandmother, as they guided this man from the west.
Hey. How goes the search? Any luck?
I would say so. I found this nice young lady, who seems to know Lord Hien.
What fortune to meet a friend of the young master!
Well met, Cyrena. If you have an inkling as to the current whereabouts of Lord Hien, we should be most grateful for your assistance.
Oh, please! It is I who should be grateful.
Hold! What is this? I came first, you second!
Hmm?
Know you to whom you speak? All people of the steppe should. Or have you fought so much that you have forgotten the face of your superiors?
Okay.
Superiors? I spit on your superiority, little prince! Twisted and mad as sand devils your kind are!
Those two don't seem to like each other very much.
Those boys are of the Oranir and Dothal, the two strongest tribes. The children of Azim are destined to rule, so they declare to all who will listen. Their word is law. For now.
Literal tribalism.
Grand, flamboyant fighters, but deadly. Very deadly. He prances as a horse, as do his brothers after their many recent victories. The Undying ones too are strong, fearless, and vicious. They often reigned in the past. Now they are sorely tested.
Ooh, this guy looks menacing.
Ah, the master of the markets. He is Castir. To fight in reunion is forbidden, and to break the peace is to be banished forever. This he says without words, for words are lies to the Castir. They do not speak.
So they all take vows of silence. Interesting. Or do they physically not speak?
Interesting. And all these different tribes share the same lands, do they? No wonder it's tense.
I shall look for you on the field at the Nardum. Mark my words!
The Nardum. A competition?
As shall I! Mayhap I shall take 11 more Dothal heads to make a dozen with yours. I look forward to the day!
The dispute will be settled at the Nardum?
A great battle held on the final day of the Sahan San. During this time, all bonds of hierarchy are broken. All Zayla are equal and free to prepare for the fight. The tribe which triumphs in the Nardum rules until the next Sahan San.
Oh, okay, so it's the legit name of a festival in Mongolia. Interesting.
Which in these lands is now.
Ah, so that is what they call the custom. I presume your tribe will also be taking part?
Not all seek the Dawn Throne. Some are satisfied with their lot. Others, like the Castir, have reason to remain neutral. Them all are lambs among wolves. Long were we content to remain apart and live quietly, but... Never mind that. You seek Hien, yes? I know where he may be.
I sense another plot line we're going to have to help out with. So is my character, apparently. There was a zoom in. It's like, ah shit, here we go again. Long ago, my grandmother, having received a vision of from the gods, bade me go forth into the southern mountains.
It was there that I found Hien, near death from many wounds. I brought him to our village, and there we nursed him back to health. Afterwards, he chose to remain that he might repay us for our kindness. Doman set much store by honor and shame, so at first I did not question it. Excuse me if I could see your map for a moment? Here, he has grown fond of this place. It affords him a view of the markets and the steppe. I would accompany you, but I must return to our village to prepare my grandmother's meal. Thank you again for your assistance.
Ah, but that is not what I said. I personally am annoyed. I know my character isn't. My character's like, this is just a day in the life, bro. I'm a warrior of light. If I'm not being asked to do trivial shit, it ain't a normal day. Alright, let's go meet up with Hien. And then get dragged into this tribal war. Why not? We're already involved in everyone else's conflict. Might as well get involved in this one too. Fuck it. Alright, real quick, let me check my phone. My family's been texting each other back and forth. Alright, boom. Alright, just confirming what the plans are. My family's terrible at those. What? Plans? What are those? What? We talk about what we're going to do later? No, 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 no. You must be wrong. We do it when we do it. We don't talk about it beforehand. If someone shows up, we just talk shit about them as if they were expected to show up. No need to discuss it or anything. Blasphemy. Alright, so we gotta head up there. Ah, what do you know? Hien's right there. I was actually expecting him to elude us for a while.
Lord Hien, my good sir.
Oh, wrong salute. There we go.
The Kami are merciful! My Lord Hien, I see you are alive and well.
Ah, you are come sooner than expected. So, my blade or my head? Which would you have of me?
The people of Yansha remain loyal to Doma. I have seen the fire in their eyes. They are ready to rise up and fight. The time is ripe, my lord. Return with us, blade in hand, and lead Doma to freedom.
Naught less than liberty will suffice, then. A pity. It will prove far more difficult to deliver than my head. But if my people wish to pursue an impossible dream, then who am I to deny them?
Let's be positive about it. Somewhat, anyway.
You, Giri, go Setsu, and
Hi, I'm Shrat. Nice to meet you.
The scions of the Seventh Dawn, my lord. Good and true friends who opened their hearts and homes to us when we fled to Eorzea.
Yep.
Far across the sea they have journeyed to stand with us in the fight for Doman liberation. to oppose the Empire, as they have in the West, where they are lauded as heroes for their many deeds.
Say no more, Yugiri. Say no more. I observed how you helped Cyrena, to whom I am deeply indebted. For that and for the aid you provided my people, you have my deepest gratitude. There is no doubting your strength nor your character. It would be my honor to fight by your side.
Likewise, man. Likewise.
So, what of Doma? Arise, my friends, and tell me of our home.
Well, there's a lot more negative to report than positive, but eh.
I have made my decision. Yugiri, I bid you return to Yanxia and take charge of our forces in preparation for my homecoming. As for our esteemed guests, I would ask that you remain here with me. I sense you will be a great help in the coming days.
Your will is my command, my lord, but how much longer do you intend to stay?
Oh, only until I have won the contest? I mean to return at the head of a Zayla army.
Ah, clever.
You mean to participate in the Nardum?
If he can get them if he can get a whole tribe of these people under his belt, that alone will bolster his forces significantly.
Have you a better idea? Consider how soundly we were defeated before. The Imperials may have since grown weaker, but we are weaker still. It would be folly to challenge them without first supplementing our forces, so yes, I intend to win the Nardum and enlist the aid of every able-bodied Zayla I can.
It is actually a pretty sound strategy.
Furthermore,
and assuming
by
the rules
championing
work that
them
way.
all in the contest, I can at last repay their kindness. Lest you forget they saved me from certain death, and a man who suffers such debts to go unpaid is without honor and unfit to lead.
Just so, just so. Our lord has spoken, Yugiri. But take heart. I shall keep him safe. And should it come to it, bring him back by force.
That's nice, Gosetsu.
This is no laughing matter, Gosetsu. But if these are my orders, very well. Once more, I place my faith in you. Pray look after them both.
I'll do my best.
Looks like it's up to us then. Though it does seem a bit risky. Isn't Hien meant to be the next king of Doma or something?
So they say, though in truth I am but a pale reflection of my late father. All the more reason to entreat your assistance. For ours is an impossible dream. To set in motion a revolution that will rattle the very firmament and shake off the yoke of the most powerful empire in the world.
Hell yeah, motherfucker. Shroud Scythe, was it? Once again, allow me to thank you for your many deeds in service to Doma. For 25 years did my father rule in name only. My rule, if one could deign to call it that, has been naught in comparison. The change is now, we have a purpose and a plan, and after we take to the battlefield together, we will have victory as well. But you are a practical man, I can tell. Disinclined to trust in words when actions speak true, I can relate. So, you two have heard of the Nardum? The great battle for supremacy of the steppe. I learned of it during my stay with them all. To my knowledge, no foreigners have ever participated, much less triumphed in an Adam. But lack of precedent notwithstanding, I should think we would have good standing to bid them march with us to Doma, should we win. Will they even permit us to fight, my lord? We belong to no tribe of the steppe. We are not without options, given that the Serena has told me. You see, in accordance with the gods' wishes, her people shall participate in the coming Nadam. And when they take to the field, I mean for us to fight alongside them as fellow warriors of the Maul. But we need not discuss this at length here. Come, let us head north to the Maul Ilo, where Serena and her people have made camp for this season. Indeed. What a curious time indeed. Well, with that, we're gonna end today's stream, my good people. I'm currently sweating like crazy because of heat and humidity today. But thank you all for participating in the stream, coming by and saying hi. Look for a poll on the community page. It's coming up soon. I intend to put up a poll asking kind of a fun question to see if people are down for it or not. I still have a spare vial of Fantasia, so I'm curious if folks would be interested in me playing as another race for a little while. Just an idea. I don't know. I'll put up the poll, but I don't know if I'll actually make any actions based on the vote. I do like my higher, and no matter what, I'll probably switch back to my higher. But for now, anyway, have a good one, guys, and I'm gonna chill for the rest of the afternoon. Hope you guys will as well. Bye bye. Also, leave a like and subscribe.